welcome to this fourth conference of the cycle that the Embassy of Portugal in Prague is organizing alongside many well-established Czech partners in the context of the presidency of the Council of the European Union by Portugal that takes place during the first half of 2021. This is the first conference of a very successful cycle that started addressing economic and financial recovery and resilience related issues, that went then to discuss climate and digital transitions. Then last week we had the third conference that dwelt on health related matters, and all along we have been having very prominent participants. This is no exception today. We are going to have a plethora of high-level participants that I will introduce in a couple of minutes. Let me, however, start by thanking our partner organizations for this specific conference that is going to be devoted on defense and security after the crisis, the transatlantic relationship, the Europe of defense, and also the relations with Russia and China. The main partner for this conference, of course, besides and beyond the support that we received from the Czech Ministry of Defense and from the representation of the European Commission in Prague, the main partner is the Institute for Politics and Society, here represented not only by his main personality that is going to participate in part one, but also by the executive director, Ms. Šárka Prát, whom it is my pleasure to give immediately the floor. Šárka, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the kind introduction. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and a pleasure for me to have the opportunity to address you in the welcome speech. Please come back with me back to 1999. It was March 12th, exactly 22 years ago. Do you know what happened that day? It was the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Poland who officially joined the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It was a major step in the country's reorientation towards the West, and Václav Havel's dream coming through. Joining NATO was a confirmation that the Czech Republic has a stable security environment, which also helped us with the accession to the European Union 5 years later. The European Union then became the second pillar of our safety. According to a recent survey, 2/3 of Czech citizens believe that NATO protects our country. Although this is a promising figure, I want to emphasize that we all here have a tremendous responsibility to convince the remaining third about the alliance's critical importance for our safety. In the last decade, for many different reasons, NATO's cohesion was put to the test as hardly ever before. We have heard that the alliance has become irrelevant, that there is an increasing number of conflicts among the member states, that is experiencing brain death. However, let me ask you a question. If there was no alliance, how safe would you feel? NATO General Secretary Mr. Stoltenberg stressed that while there are differences between NATO alliance, they have always been able to unite around NATO's core task, which is to protect and defend each other. The threats we face today are different. They have become opaque. Our adversaries operate in cyberspace. They wear unmarked uniforms. They produce and disseminate sophisticated disinformation campaigns. They work hard to affect domestic politics in countries around the world. They have begun financing extremist, anti-European Union and anti-NATO political entities across Europe. This conference needs to address and reflect on these threats, coming primarily from the authoritarian regimes in Russia and China. Let's not fool ourselves. China is slowly but surely becoming a dominant global player. It's actively challenging the international rules-based order. Its expansions, especially into Indo-Pacific area, will sooner or later have to be contained. But it's not just about Russia and China. Terrorism certainly didn't go away. There is COVID, climate change, there is extensive and dangerous great power competition. And I hope that the distinguished panelists will address these important issues as well. To face these challenges, we need Europe and North America working hand in hand in a resilient transatlantic bond. We need an alliance which will focus not only on traditional conventional threats, but also on emerging and disruptive technologies, effects of climate change and terrorism. A strong alliance equipped for the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Šárka Prát, and thank you again to the Institute for Politics and Society. Let me also recognize 3 other of our partner organizations for this conference, the Several Institute, the Institute of International Relations Prague, and the European. Now, let me try to set the scene in 30 seconds for the interventions, the keynote speech of the Portuguese Minister of Defense, and the debate that will ensue. Indeed, as also was reflected in the brief introduction by the Institute for Politics and Society, the United States, Europe, and Canada, they must work together to renew, to revitalize, and to retool the most powerful democratic community in modern history. After years of mistrust, of recrimination and division, the bridge across the Atlantic should be built back better. The United States and Europe cannot simply rebuild the ties of a previous era if we are to succeed in meeting today's challenges. The world has not stood still. A more confident China, a more assertive Russia, resurgent authoritarianism, and the existential threat of climate change present new and grave challenges. Now, with this very brief scene setting, let me give the floor to our 2 first distinguished guests. First of all, I would give the floor to the Czech Deputy Minister, my friend Jan Havránek. Please, Deputy Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and good morning to all. This is not my private intervention in the discussion later, but please allow me to read the following welcoming remarks on behalf of Minister Metnar, who unfortunately could not be here due to a meeting of the Defense Committee in the Parliament this morning. The statement goes as follows. Dear Minister, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you today on this occasion. First of all, allow me to express my gratitude to the representative of the Portuguese Embassy in Prague, led by Excellency Luís de Almeida Sampaio and his team, who have organized this event as a part of the Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European Union. Although I am unfortunately unable to attend in person, let me wish you a wonderful deliberation on the current and most topical issues. It is also my honor to extend my greetings to Minister of National Defense of Portugal, Mr. João Cravinho, among the distinguished guests. Despite the fact that our countries are all located almost on the opposite sides of Europe, we share the same values and responsible approach to European and transatlantic security. We stand side by side in a number of missions, ranging from the Baltics, Afghanistan, and the EU training mission in Mali. Moreover, I believe that we can learn from the experiences of the Portuguese presidency of the EU, and it will also help us prepare for the upcoming Czech presidency in 2022. We find ourselves in difficult times. The pandemic has affected our lives, and including this conference, obviously, but it has also had a tremendous impact on the security environment and the challenges and security threats we are facing. In spite of all these challenges, we remain in contact with our partners within the European Union and NATO, and together we are working on strengthening both European and global security landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, allow me to wish you successful deliberations today with the leading Czech and Portuguese security experts, and once again, good morning to Lisbon and to Prague. End of the statement.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Please convey also my personal greetings to Minister Metnar. And now let's turn immediately to the most important moment of part one of our conference, the keynote address by the Portuguese Minister of National Defense, Professor João Gomes Cravinho. Thanking you for your presence here with us today. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jan Havránek, and whom I am very pleased to greet, and whom I request to extend my best wishes to Minister Ljubomir Metnar, Ambassador Mr. Alexandr Vondra, Ms. Šárka Prát of the Institute for Politics and Societies, and distinguished panelists and listeners and viewers wherever you may be. Dobrý den. Let me start by thanking the Portuguese Embassy for including the defense challenges that we face in its very interesting cycle of conferences. And it's a very timely moment for us to be addressing these issues, and I'm very pleased to be able to join you, although of course I would be much more pleased if I could be with you in Prague, but on another occasion, I hope. Now, despite some obvious differences, Portugal and the Czech Republic also have some important similarities. We have similar populations. We are both middle powers in the context of Europe and small powers in the world. We greatly value our membership in the European Union and our membership in NATO. We greatly value our security partnership with the United States. Last but not least, I would say that we are capable of having a significant impact in European and global history, despite our relatively small size and limited resources. For example, Portugal, with its April 1974 revolution, inaugurated with what is often called the third wave of democratization, which then spread to Latin America and to Central Europe. And Prague was the central stage of the so-called Velvet Revolution that was so relevant in the peaceful end of the Cold War, and which opened the door to a freer and more united Europe. And these were major achievements that we should not take for granted, and that continue to offer us valuable lessons. The first and most important lesson is that democracy can never be taken for granted. The defense of freedom is a permanent struggle, and this is intrinsic to our way of life. A second major lesson is about the importance of fighting for what we believe in, even against great obstacles. As Václav Havel rightly pointed out, we should work for something because it is good, not just because it seems likely to succeed. Here in Portugal, his friend Mário Soares, who led the struggle for democracy in Portugal, had a similar attitude. History has shown that they were right. The challenges that we currently face in building up European defense and at the same time ensuring stronger coordination between the European Union, NATO, and the United States also require us to be clear-minded about what is centrally important and what is secondary, and to work intransigently for the former while being available to negotiate about the latter. So this takes me to the first of three key points that I would like to make. Finding common ground between the 27 EU member states with different histories, different geographies, can be a demanding task. And this is also true, by the way, for NATO with its 30 member states. And it has always been true for any alliance. But we are all conscious that although it may be demanding to establish the basis for common defense with allies, the prospect of having to defend our values and interests alone is much worse. In countries such as ours, in Portugal or in Czechia, this does not need very much explanation. We should not ignore, though, the differences between European member states, but at the same time, we should not exaggerate them. I think that we can all agree that European countries have to work together, often looking beyond their immediate neighborhoods, if we want our voices to be heard. If European countries want to be effectively able to defend our values and interests in an increasingly connected but also contested global geopolitical stage, then we must be able to come together. A clear example of this that we much appreciate is the involvement of Czech troops in Africa, in Mali, where the European Union training mission was until recently competently commanded by the Czech General František Ridžák. And there are numerous other examples. In case of Portugal, just to give one, Portuguese F-16 jets have been protecting the airspace of the Baltic states each year for the past few years. And these are concrete examples of cooperative efforts which contribute to our collective security as Europeans. And the truth is that in the 2.5 years, less than 2.5 years that I have been defense minister, I have been able to witness important changes in the tone of discussions amongst European defense ministers, with the emergence of much greater clarity about our common interests and our responsibility towards each other. A key task of the presidency of the European Union Council is, of course, finding common ground and implementing shared priorities. For instance, in moving forward with the strategic compass, which is the new guiding document that aims to provide the link between the European Union global strategy of 2016 and what we do in our common security and defense policy on the ground. In moving forward with the strategic compass, I think it will be crucial to do so in terms of very concrete, forward-looking proposals in each of the 4 baskets of work that we are producing, namely crisis management, resilience, common capabilities, and partnerships. The process of elaboration of this document will be, in my view, an important test and a potential step forward in making the EU a more relevant security actor. And I'm looking forward to the inputs from the Czech Republic in this effort, and hopefully you will have the vital task of implementing the key priorities of the strategic compass during your presidency of the European Union in the second half of 2022. The second key point is, can we find common ground when dealing with major powers like Russia and China? I believe that we can, even if we often hear that in this matter there are major divisions between European countries, for example, with the Nord Stream gas pipeline or with the 16+1 partnership with China. I believe that reports of major divisions amongst us are greatly exaggerated. Yes, it is true that in the South we are naturally more attentive to security crises in the regions that are closer to us, in the Mediterranean or in Africa. And it is understandable that countries in Central and Eastern Europe should pay more attention to the Western Balkans or to the complexity of relations with Russia. Geography, of course, still matters, even in a more globalized world. But this is a process, and it is very much in movement. In my view, the European Union gains from this richness of diverse experience, engagement, and expertise. We should, in fact, have in mind that often these threats are interdependent and end up affecting us all. To give one example, the refugee crisis of 2016, that was largely due to major conflicts in parts of Africa and the Middle East, affected the whole of the European Union, not just member states in the southern region, not least by fueling racism and populism that emerged in many countries during that period. So I'm a strong believer that a 360-degree approach to European defense makes strategic sense for all of us. It is not just a matter of solidarity amongst us. We must not run the risk of having blind spots in the security of our neighborhood. We must not allow dangerous power vacuums to emerge close to Europe. We understand, of course, that some European countries are particularly focused on managing a more assertive and aggressive Russia. And we know that our US allies are increasingly worried with the emergence of China as a peer competitor. But it is vital to remember that these actors are not just active in the East or in the Far East. They are increasingly active in the South and in the West, in Africa and in the Mediterranean, as well as in the Atlantic, which is emerging as an arena of geopolitical competition. So to conclude this point, I would like to underline that Europe must not be naive in dealing with major powers like Russia or China. More generally, Europeans have a great need for a much deeper awareness of their strategic interests in terms, namely, of the security and defense implications of new technology, in terms of the resilience of critical infrastructures, in terms of managing strategic reserves, in terms of developing strategic capabilities. We will be able to approach these challenges much better together in the European Union, in line with our values and our interests, and in close coordination with our allies and in NATO, first and foremost, of course, with the US. And this takes me to the third major point that I was asked to address, how to move forward with relations with the United States. Now, Portugal, regardless of changes in the administration in Washington, has been a long-standing ally of the US. Portugal has had for many decades a bilateral defense agreement with the US and is a founding member of NATO. We share with the United States a strong interest in keeping the Atlantic secure. That being said, we should, of course, profit from the fact we have a new US administration that has signaled that it attaches much greater value to its European allies and to rules-based multilateral world order. We must take advantage of this to re-engage and to further develop the mechanisms for closer cooperation between the US and the European Union and between NATO and the European Union. We certainly hope that there will be high-level political dialogue on these topics with our US partners soon. And I trust that it is obvious to our American partners, as it is to us, that the US has no better, no closer ally than the European Union when dealing with issues like new and disruptive technologies, disinformation and cybersecurity, strategic reserves, resilience of critical infrastructures, military mobility, defense capabilities, or indeed the major issue of climate change. I have repeatedly argued that the much discussed and often confused idea of European strategic autonomy must mean autonomy to do more in European defense whenever we need to, but in partnership with our allies whenever possible. This means that it would be a major mistake to try to build European defense as an alternative to NATO, or to neglect relations with the United States. This would not be acceptable to most, if not all, of the 21 European Union member states that are also members of NATO. And it would not be in the interest of either the European Union or of NATO, because it is obviously advantageous to the EU to be able, whenever possible, to act in defending our interests and values together with the US, indeed together with the whole of NATO. That is why Portugal has made strengthening EU-US and EU-NATO cooperation a priority for its European Union presidency. This is why we recently contributed actively with a non-paper pointing to practical steps for greater NATO-EU cooperation in areas like military mobility, coordinated response to complex emergencies, or cyber defense and disinformation. A stronger European defense and closer coordination amongst European Union member states will be the most effective way to respond to the frequent appeals from Washington that Europeans need to do more for their own defense. And the Biden administration will clearly want Europe to show a greater willingness and ability to share the burden of collective defense. To conclude, let me just address briefly the often mentioned European capabilities gap in defense. It is true that after the end of the Cold War, there was a degree of complacency in Europe that led to excessive cuts in defense investment. And this was made worse by the 2011 financial crisis. This trend has been reversed since 2014. Still, it is important to underline that only when compared with the United States can we say that Europe invests little in defense. In 2020, the total of EU member states' defense expenditure was 197 billion euros, which represents a 15% increase when compared to 2017. And this is close to the level of investment that China makes in defense, and it is considerably superior to the investment that Russia makes in defense. But of course, the big challenge is not just regarding the quantity, it is about the quality. The big challenge is to ensure that this significant level of European investment in defense is sustained and it can operate together. It can operate as a collective insurance against all kinds of risks and threats, as we have seen with the role of the armed forces across Europe in the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And then it can operate also as a major contribution to the economic recovery and to technological innovation across the whole of the European Union. I'm glad to report that during the Portuguese presidency, we have been working very closely on this with the European Defence Agency. In fact, I just had a very useful virtual meeting with Jiří Šedivý last week as a follow-up to an event that the Portuguese presidency co-organized with the European Defence Agency on the first full cycle of the coordinated annual review on defence. This important exercise, by the way, has allowed us to identify a number of convergent priority areas for future capability development for PESCO and for future priorities for the 7 billion euros in the European Defence Fund. One important caveat is that for growing European investment in defence to be politically sustainable, it has to be inclusive of the 27 member states. It must also be inclusive of small and medium enterprises, not just because small and medium enterprises are a very significant part of the European defense industry, indeed a significant part of the European economy as a whole, but also because SMEs are indispensable in ensuring a sufficiently diversified and innovative European defense industry, one that is capable of responding dynamically to the major transformations in defense capabilities that are taking place. For European populations, understanding the way in which our defense industries contribute to our economies is a fundamental step in ensuring an appropriate political atmosphere for sustained investment in defense. I certainly hope that Portugal can work more closely with Czechia on this matter, given the Czech very active and very well-respected defense industry. As in other matters, we Europeans will be stronger together, and we will be even stronger together with the United States and with our other NATO partners. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you very much for your very comprehensive, thoughtful, and also thought-provoking presentation. You started by mentioning the Velvet Revolution and also, of course, the Portuguese Democratic Revolution that triggered this third wave of revolutions. I am glad also to announce that our immediate next conference that is going to take place on the 20th of April is exactly devoted to a comparison and to the lessons to be learned between the two revolutions. So we are going also to have a thorough debate about that. You mentioned also the differences between European Union member nations in what the defense debate is concerned, and the evolution that you witnessed during the last 2 years and a half during your tenure. It is very interesting. You said a very important, very common sense, but very important thing. Those differences exist, but they should not be exaggerated. The evolution of the European defense debate is an important one. You mentioned the strategic compass. I am also glad to mention that during the second part of our conference, we are going to have a presentation by Professor Liliana Reis exactly on the strategic compass. The differences between South and East, it is a very important debate that you also touched upon. and the interesting reference to the 360-degree approach also to be embodied in the European defense deepening discussion that is ongoing. Relations with the United States, the example of Portugal throughout, independent of the administrations, we are a staunch ally, founder of the Nato alliance, and also very much concerned with everything Atlantic related. Of course, we realize, we hope, we expect that the new US administration devotes more attention to multilateralism and also to the transatlantic link. European strategic autonomy, not an alternative to NATO, very important statement from your side. And of course, the capability, the so-called capabilities gap with which you finished your intervention. If I may, I hope that in the context of the upcoming debate, someone will also mention the importance of the role of the United Kingdom, especially now that is no longer a member nation of the European Union. But without any further comment from my side, I am now going to turn the floor over to the members of part one, and I will give the floor in succession to Alexandr Vondra, to Professor João Espada, to Professor Macháček. Let me tell you that it is now up to you to comment and to ask questions to the Portuguese minister. And of course, I will include in our discussion the Czech Deputy Minister of Defense. Alexandr Vondra does not need too much introduction. I mean, he was almost everything in the Czech Republic: Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, Minister of Foreign Affairs, is now with the European Parliament. God knows what the future will bring to Alexander. Please, Sacha, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you for the Portuguese presidency for organizing that, because I think it's just a unique project, which even, on this remote connection would bring a lot of people, both from Portugal and the Czech defense community, to discuss. So even when we are confronted with uneasy situation, you exploited this to the benefit, which maybe, if we do not communicate remotely, would not be able to bring so many people together. Secondly, I would like especially to thank to Minister Cravinho for what has been said. I am now the member of the European Parliament. I'm the member of the subcommittee for defense and security issues, and I'm daily watching and taking part in the various debates, for example, on this issue of the strategic autonomy. And I have to say that this Portuguese approach is really very close to, not just to my heart, to my mind, but also to the Czech interest, that we should build that not from the roof, but from the basement, and in a way that would not make NATO weaker, but stronger, and to keep the strong Atlantic link. We are in all agreement that we are facing the three key challenges. It's a Russian resurgence in Europe, it's a global challenge of the rising China, and it's still also the challenge of the political radical Islam in connection with international terrorism. And then all those challenges, we cannot confront this just in Europe alone, that we need to keep our alliance with the United States strong. And certainly it's challenged by the realities of the current day and the years, because we, due to the nature of the situation, we have to spend a lot of resources for containing the economic impacts of the COVID crisis, and we will be confronted with that in the years ahead. Also, the Green Deal and the need to fight the climate changes, it's also consuming a lot of resources. So despite our deep conviction in the security and defense community that we should allocate enough resources for defense and security. There is a doubt, whether it would be shared for the broader public on one hand, and whether it would be matched by the member states inside the EU, because just the reality of the last years when we had a solid economic growth is that just only half of the EU member states were ready to raise defense spending and to be closer to the commitments of the 2% for GDP. And here, just I don't want to speak now so long because we have just a limited time with the minister. So I would just raise one question, whether there is some special Portuguese plan, what to do just to match this, to help, to convince the broader public as well as those inside the EU establishment that really we need to allocate enough resources into defense, and that without doing that, it does not make any sense to communicate about the strategic autonomy, because this communication about the strategic autonomy is dangerous in a way that if we do not allocate enough resources, and at the same time would be talking about, European army, or then, somebody in the United States can just wake up and will conclude that, look, the Europeans, they have their autonomy, they are building their European army, so they do not need us anymore. And this would be a really dangerous situation. So what beyond that, what is shared within the security and defense community, whether there is some, a deeper plan how to engage the broader political circles as well as the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am sure that the minister in his final remarks will reflect not only your comments, but also the question that you so pointedly asked to the minister. Now, it is my pleasure to give the floor to one of the most distinguished Portuguese scholars, Professor João Espada, the founder and director of the Institute for Political Studies at the Catholic University of Portugal, and also the president of the Portuguese Social Society. Professor Espada, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, dear ambassador. Can you hear me well? Is the sound okay? Yes? Oh, very good. So first of all, I'd like to thank you very emphatically for the invitation to join this very distinguished panel and very important conference. It is for me a great privilege and pleasure indeed, so thank you for the invitation. Now, very briefly, I would like to start by expressing my deep agreement with the words of Minister Cravinho, especially when he has emphasized the crucial importance of finding and stressing common ground among the members of the European Union and also among the members of NATO, and especially, as the minister has emphasized, with the United States. So I fully agree with Minister Cravinho, and precisely because I fully agree, please allow me to present two brief sort of questions that could be described as slightly uncomfortable. The first question, but I must emphasize, I ask these questions because I strongly agree with what the Minister Cravinho said. So the first question would be, there are two very specific and concrete questions. The first one is, why did the European Union sign a separate commercial agreement with China just a couple of weeks before the new American President Joe Biden was sworn in? So this is a question that has been asked widely in the public space, and I'm not commenting or taking any position about this. I'm generally asking the question. The second question is similarly and maybe uncomfortable. And I'm not saying for Minister Cravinho, I'm saying in general for the European Union. This is not meant to be uncomfortable to Minister Cravinho, on the contrary. So the second question is, why did Mr. Josep Borrell, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, visit Russia when the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny had just been arrested? And why did Mr. Borrell simply accept to be humiliated at a press conference in Moscow by, I think the name is Sergei Lavrov or something similar to that, the Russian foreign minister? So I repeat, I'm not commenting, taking sides on this, but I think these two questions have been presented and discussed in the public square, and they have shown a concern about whether the European Union is in fact committed to stressing and emphasizing the relation with the United States, or if we are witnessing a sort of move away from the Atlantic Alliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Espada, and thank you for your questions. I attribute to the way these conferences are also developing in the sense that your very candid way of asking very pointed questions, very much topical subject matters, is also a very important addition to our debate, and thank you very much for that and the way you expressed your opinion. I would now turn the floor to Professor Jan Macháček. He is the director of the Institute for Politics and Society, one of the most prominent and active and thought-provoking Czech think tanks. Professor Macháček, the floor is yours.
Hello, and thank you very much. And I would like to thank once again to Portuguese embassy for helping to organize this. Even though your country is chairing the European Union at the moment, I always considered it very important that EU cooperates more closely with NATO and doesn't focus solely on EU as such. So this is an example, this conference of you presiding over Europe, but also taking care of NATO and security. So this is very important. So I am happy that we pay attention to it, to NATO in connection also with the EU as such. And I will have more time to speak in the second half of this panel. So I will also have a question which would be basically complementing to excellent questions of the Professor Espada. By the way, I don't call myself a professor. I'm maybe a lecturer at New York University, but I don't consider myself a professor. But it is also it has to do with China. Also, if Mr. Defense Minister could a little bit speak about it, because we can read about it in the press that Portuguese is very open to Chinese investments. It needs Chinese investments even into strategic facilities like some ports. So we can read about it maybe in Anglo-Saxon press. So we are perhaps don't have to have perfect or accurate information. If you could tell us a little bit more about it. And also, not only that the European Union signed a trade agreement with China, and it was in a very good timing because it already was asked by the upcoming members of US administration, which wasn't an administration yet, but they were saying like wait with it, and there were some signals coming from the US that the EU shouldn't go for this agreement, but it went for this agreement anyway. But also it is not compatible with the fact that NATO, at its last summit, for the first time, NATO admitted that China is, as such, is also a challenge for NATO and security challenge for NATO, even though it's not. It's on the opposite side of the globe. So this is my question or my input at the beginning. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jan Macháček, for being concise and for the question that you just asked. I would now turn the floor back to Minister Cravinho, and then after his answers and remarks, I would give the floor to the Czech Deputy Minister of Defense for him to alongside my comments, to sum up and then to bridge to the second part of our conversation. Minister Cravinho, please, would you like to take the floor?
Well, thank you very much. I wouldn't say that I'm able to provide answers, but some reflections. The comments that have been made have been are rich comments that require us to have a level of dialogue which of course goes beyond the limited space of time that we have available, but go to the heart of some of the challenges that we face. And so I will seek to say a few things on the issues that have been raised by Alexandr Vondra, by Professor João Espada, and by Jan Macháček. Starting with the question of how can we help to develop broader public engagement in the allocation of defense resources. I think that Mr. Vondra is very right to point out the discrepancy between a consensus in the defense community about what we need to do and some level of, I would say, lack of awareness amongst the broader public on this. And therefore, I think that we have an important role in the defense community in developing a much greater consciousness of where we are in the world. As Europeans, we have been somewhat protected by the NATO umbrella from having to deal with the difficult realities of a world in which we ourselves have to become a geopolitical player. We don't have an alternative. We are having enormous difficulty, or rather, we are having difficulty in understanding ourselves historically in these terms, but we have no alternative, or rather, the alternative is one that we don't want, which is irrelevance. So how do we help the public to engage? I think that I pointed in my remarks to one very practical way. If you go to the United States, if you look at what the United States public thinks about investment in defense, they think it's very important because there are a lot of challenges around the world. But above all, they think it's very important because it's bringing jobs to Michigan, because or Ohio, etc. The importance of understanding our defense industries as relevant for our economic recovery, relevant not just because they create jobs, but because they create very highly qualified jobs, because they promote innovation, which in turn then has ramifications in other parts of the economy. This is something that I think is very concrete and that we can and should be doing in order to help build public support. It's not about the big geopolitical questions yet, but it does help to shore up public support for investment and defense. The bigger geopolitical questions, though, do require being addressed. And this takes me into topics that were raised both by João Espada and by Jan Macháček regarding Russia, regarding China. Of course, we must separate the tactical issues and the strategic ones. Tactically, there may be mistakes made. The question is whether we have got the strategic understanding right regarding China, regarding Russia. And of course, I'm not an expert. I do not know sufficiently either about the details of the investment agreement with China, or about why Mr. Borrell decided at this particular moment to go to Russia. But I would place one issue at the level of strategic considerations, and another one at the issue of the level of tactical considerations. And I would say that it is relatively less important when you get the tactical moment wrong. But if you get the strategic considerations wrong, then you're in big trouble. And regarding China, or regarding Russia, but we're not really engaging at the moment with Russia in a strategic manner, or engaging with Russia in a strategic manner. We're trying to resolve our approach to Russia, which is difficult in the sense that we have an interlocutor who is not interested at all in dealing with us. But China is, and China is a very different challenge from the one that we traditionally think of in defense circles. It is not the new Soviet Union. It is something quite different. And in various aspects, we have to understand China as a partner. Dealing with the global climate change challenge without China would be very difficult. So certainly we need to deal with China in terms of climate change. We need to deal with China also as an economic partner with specific considerations. And on this respect, every single European country is hoping for Chinese investment in this or that. And by the way, when it comes to Portugal, if one actually looks at this, we gained this reputation because in 2011, 12, we had a deep financial crisis, and the Chinese were willing to put money into Portuguese assets when others weren't. Why were they doing that? Because perhaps when they make their investment decisions, they have geopolitical considerations, which an individual company does not. So we would have loved for it to have US investment in our electricity company, but individual US or German or other companies were making their decisions based on purely financial, commercial, economic considerations, whereas the Chinese were probably thinking in different terms. Nevertheless, we welcome them. I would say actually, but we don't have a greater level of Chinese investment. In fact, we have a much lesser level of Chinese investment than Germany, for example. So we're not more vulnerable there than anybody else. And yet we are all hoping for more Chinese investment. That's the truth. So was it a strategic mistake to sign an investment agreement with China? Leaving aside the specific technical considerations, which frankly I do not know enough about. But the question is it good for the European Union to sign an investment agreement with China? Presuming it's a good agreement in itself. I would say yes. I would say that it is important for us to engage with China in a manner that is not Manichaean, in a manner that is not simply positive or negative. We have to be able to nuance our relations with China. We have to be very clear-minded about what is happening with respect to the very significant Chinese military buildup, which is not in Europe's interest. It's not in Europe's interest what China may do with its military buildup. But at the same time, be willing to engage with China, not being naive about what its aims may be. And when we engage with China as an economic actor, we are engaging with a geopolitical actor in a way that is not true with the United States or others, where individual companies operate according to individual logics. So I think that this question of where we situate Europe geopolitically, how we prepare Europe to engage as one of the poles of international multipolar order is one that requires us really to be thinking about issues with China in a way that that is not simple and homogeneous, but in a way that takes into account a variety of areas. In some respects, China is an interesting partner for us. In other respects, it's not. Of course, China, because it operates in a manner which is very clear-sighted and with a central command, a central logic, China is, of course, putting everything into the same package. But we have to be able to separate different strands of the package, some that are of interest for us, some that are issues where we need to be very wary of relations with China. This is part of the development of a geostrategic consciousness on part of the European Union. And it's not an easy process, but it is one that requires many more debates such as this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I know that you have limited time. Let me only very briefly, in order to wrap up, to try to summarize, and then to give the floor to the Czech Deputy Minister for him to make his presentation that will start the second part of our first panel. Let me only not only thanking you, of course, for your participation, your time, to highlight it was very interesting to hear you clearly distinguish between Russia and China. It was very interesting to see that you believe that understanding and engaging with China in many aspects as a partner is also key. It is important that we understand that the famous triad that is very often brought to the debate when we discuss China, is China an adversary, a challenge, or an opportunity? We all understand that China can be at the same time all these three things. But of course, the most important would be to try to understand what would be the prominent feature of this triad in terms of sector, economic, defense-related, and also in terms of geography, because China can be an opportunity in one dimension and a challenge and even an adversary in others. Thank you very much for that. The importance of investments, of course, we all know that Portugal is not the country far from it of the European Union, in the European Union context, that receives the most, the big share, the share of lion of Chinese investments. And we all know that we would like to have, especially in dire straits, as we were some years ago, much more investment from the United States, from Germany, from France, from other countries that attach to that investment a dimension of professional education, a social dimension that is not always present when it comes to Chinese investment. Thank you very much for everything that you said. It was a great moment, a high moment in the cycle of our conferences. We know that you have now another unavoidable political commitment. Thanking you for your participation. Let me briefly give the floor to Vice Minister Havránek, for him also to bid farewell to you. And then after you leave, you will immediately start with this presentation. Thank you very much. Vice Minister, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Luís. And once again, Minister Cravinho, thank you for joining us and for laying out the global security and defense landscape and the challenges we're facing. So with a little modesty, I will try to follow up on some of these trends you've mentioned, but this has been very inspirational, as I said in the opening remarks by Minister Metnar, also for our presidency. We have been quite impressed by the way your embassy here in Prague has been approaching these global strategic issues and has been informing the Czech public. So once again, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you very much, Minister. As the floor is yours, Deputy Minister, my dear friend, Jan, now the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just to kick off this second block of the first panel, let me just go back to some of the issues that have been mentioned already, not only in Minister's intervention, but also by comments by other colleagues and friends. One particular topic that we have not touched upon so much is the quality of the defense partnership between America and Europe. I think the previous discussion has very well described the nature of the challenges when it comes to Russia, China, the general US-European relationship. But I would like to spend just a few minutes about my portfolio, which is defense. And I'll start with the past administration. We, in maybe a typically European way, with a new administration, we sort of try to draw the line every time there's a new administration and don't look back at what has happened. And I think we can all agree that it has been a rough ride with the Trump administration, especially politically between the two continents. But when we look at the defense relationship, I think we have to also recognize that a great progress in military adaptation has been achieved. We have seen a great focus on collective defense. We have seen a growth in European defense spending that was carried over from the second Obama administration into the Trump administration. And once again, the rhetoric was sometimes maybe unfortunate, very tough and difficult and unpredictable, but we have seen a clear demonstration of America's commitment to defense of Europe, to security of Europe, as shown through the Operation Atlantic Resolve, the increase of large-scale exercises, the general adaptation of the various defense documents approved by NATO. And with the new administration, we have already seen a continuation of these trends, as is the typical for US policy. And one of the main topics, the silver line, if you will, is the need for Europeans to continue to do more and invest in defense and to contribute to the transatlantic bond and transatlantic security. And the way to do that has not changed. We need to develop our own military capabilities as stipulated in Article 3 of the Washington Treaty. We need to allocate sufficient funds to defense budgets in order to underpin those capabilities with sustainable resources and funding. We need to invest in new technologies for sure, but that may take time. But if you don't have the resources needed, there is simply no capabilities. The commitment to contribute to operations has not vanished either when it comes to countering terrorism, assisting our partners with their defense capacity building, resilience building. And we need to be able to not only build those capabilities and deploy them in out-of-area operations, but we also need to demonstrate our resolve and willingness to deploy and use those capabilities through collective defense, quote-unquote, operations or missions, such as the deployment in enhanced forward presence, tailored forward presence, and so on and so forth. When we talk about the US-European relationship, it always boils down to the question, to what extent are the Europeans ready and willing to address American interests and concerns? The topic or the focus area may be different. In the past, it was more about the Middle Eastern, the developments in the Middle East and security in the Balkans and security in the most immediate neighborhood. Today, it's more about China. It's also about technology, cyberspace, and non-geographical areas and spaces. But ultimately, it's the ever-recurring question of the division of labor between Americans and Europeans that is here and that we need to address. One way to do so is through the two institutions, the two organizations that we're talking about today, NATO and the European Union. And I want to say that we have a unique opportunity this year and the upcoming year to address that question, since the strategic compass, as it's being developed in the European Union, has already been mentioned, and there's going to be more on this in the second panel. But we are also anticipating a tasking for the new strategic concept of NATO, which should not only solidify the military adaptation, but should provide the general agreement on security and defense between Americans and Europeans. And so this is a real opportunity. And the worst that could happen is an institutional competition by 21 nations plus others, but these 21 being members of the two organizations. This would be a real transatlantic security nightmare. Yes to NATO-EU cooperation, but as our Portuguese friends have highlighted, it needs to be realistic, it needs to be based on specific proposals in order to make sure that the quality of the NATO and EU partnership is solid and non-duplicatory. At the same time, we need to use these two strategic reviews to make sure that we don't end up with two identical organizations or more or less identical organizations. Again, I would call it a transatlantic institutional nightmares. And one thing that has been touched upon briefly is the overall economic dimension of the European and American partnership. We have EU-NATO, which is more about security and defense. But we need to bring in the economic partnership. And as the bitter experience of TTIP demonstrates, this probably cannot be done through an economic NATO kind of organization, but again, it needs to be done through practical and specific areas. But just to conclude this second opening remarks, let me just say that the key question from the US point of view, as we see it here in Prague, is the resources and to what extent the Europeans are willing and able to help our American allies with issues such as China. Russia has not been mentioned that much in detail, but I want to follow up on Minister Cravinho's point about the 360-degree approach. I mean, Russia's activities, not only in the East, but also in the Black Sea area, Mediterranean, and North Africa, clearly demonstrate the value of this approach, and this is indeed a shared common concern. So, Ambassador, if I may stop here, and looking forward to further exchange on this topic.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister. Let's all work to avoid the transatlantic security nightmare that you mentioned, and the importance of the two strategic reviews, how to coordinate, to put them in sync. And it is very timely that you are already preparing, the Czech Republic, to hold the presidency of the Council of the European Union, exactly in the same position that Portugal is now, exactly in the middle of a trio. We are between Germany and Slovenia. You will be between France and Sweden, and you can, during your presidency, also play a very important role, also in what regards the important dimension that you also brought up, the economic relationship and the economic challenges, both for Europe and for the United States as a result of the crisis that we are living through, but also in a way to avoid that transatlantic security strain and in order to try to foster and to deepen our transatlantic relationship. Thank you very much for that. Let me now turn to a different dimension, not entirely different, of course, but a dimension that was not entirely focused or touched upon until now in our debate. And I think it is high time that we recognize that when we talk about the transatlantic relationship, we are also talking about the West. We are talking about shared values, community of values, and that is not only the background, but an extremely important dimension when it comes to going on, building a safer future for both sides of the Atlantic. Professor João Carlos Espada, I would now turn the floor to you.
Thank you, dear Ambassador. I actually would like to start by reinforcing my thanking to Ambassador Almeida Sampaio for having invited me to participate at this very distinguished panel. And I also would like, if I may, to congratulate Ambassador Almeida Sampaio for the crucial topics that are being and will be addressed in today's program. Now, the crucial importance of these topics actually allow me to add what I think is a crucial disclaimer. I am by no means a specialist on these crucial issues of international relations and international politics. My very humble field of research is political theory and the history of political ideas. So it is from this humble field of political theory that I happen to have some robust opinions on some of the topics under analysis today, and I would like, therefore, ask for your kind toleration towards some robust opinions that I will present as a non-specialist in international affairs. So my first robust opinion is actually very close to what Ambassador Sampaio has just said about the nature of the Euro-Atlantic Alliance, usually described as NATO. I believe that the Euro-Atlantic Alliance is, as Ambassador has just said, much more than a military alliance. I believe it is a cultural and, if I may say, civilizational alliance. We share the same fundamental cultural ideals that in fact have given birth to the idea of Europe. Europe is not and has never been a simply or mainly geographical or ethnic concept. It is a cultural identity based on a perpetual conversation as well as attention between different voices. As we know, these voices have mainly included the Greek, the Roman, the Jewish, and Christian traditions. From the conversation and tensions between these different voices have emerged fundamental concepts that have distinguished European culture. The concepts of the rule of law, of personal liberty under the law, of representative and accountable government. In this sense, I'd like to argue that our American partners are just a sort of Europeans on the other side of the Atlantic, the other side of the pond, as some would say. This is what I'd like to call the Euro-Atlantic miracle, the miracle of the ideals of personal liberty and the law, and of government based on the consent of the individuals. So this, I would say, is our precious common heritage. And our main duty must be, in my view, to defend and preserve this common heritage of liberty and the law, of which we should be the very proud representatives in the present days. So this is my first humble but robust statement. This leads me to a second humble but also robust statement. I'm not sure what is meant by present-day expressions, excuse me, such as European strategic sovereignty. If this means that the European Union should define its foreign and strategic policy on its own, I can only fully agree. But what is new about that? Europe is not and has not been a colony of any other power, and therefore it has always been sovereign in the definition of its foreign and strategic policies. Now, I would like to raise another robust question. Does present-day talk about Europe's strategic sovereignty mean or imply a detachment from our Atlantic allies? I would certainly be emphatically against that possible anti-Atlantic disposition. And I would like to recall that those dreams of neutrality, namely between American democracy and the communist dictatorship of Russia or Soviet Union, have in the past been tried and they have conspicuously failed. Finally, I'd like to emphasize this previous point. There cannot be a European, in my view, neutrality or equidistance between American democracy and the dictatorships of Russia and or China. Europe and America belong to the same cause of liberal democracy. This certainly does not mean that Europe must follow every single policy of America, or that America must follow every single policy of Europe. We are allies, not colonies, and Europe must be praised, in my view, for not having followed the, at least we could call it, very peculiar policies of former US President Donald Trump. But I believe this is an important but Trump should not be used from the European side as a sort of scapegoat for a European detachment from the Atlantic Alliance, especially not now, since we now have a new American president who has clearly stated his commitment to the Atlantic Alliance and to the involvement with the European allies. So now this point about Trump as a possible scapegoat for European detachment from the Atlantic Alliance, in fact, takes me back to the two very specific questions that I've already asked to Minister Cravinho, and he replied very well, making the distinction between tactical events and strategic commitments, with which I agree. And I briefly recall that my questions were about this separate commercial agreement that the EU signed with China. And the point was that this took place just a couple of weeks before the new American president, Joe Biden, was sworn in. And as you may recall, my second question was about this visit of the High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy to Russia, when the Russian opposition leader, Alexei Navalny, had just been arrested. So, but I'm not going to repeat, but just to recall, these two questions came to my mind within this sort of general concern about the possible separation of our European links to our American allies. And I would like to conclude these humble remarks by recalling the words of Winston Churchill, and Ambassador Almeida Sampaio kindly recalled that I am the president or chairman, president of the Churchill Society, International Churchill Society of Portugal, the Portuguese chapter of International Churchill Society. So to conclude my brief remarks, I would like to recall the words of Winston Churchill in Paris in 1938, when Nazism and communism were growing before the eyes of European liberal democracies. And Churchill said, and I quote, "Have we not an ideology, if we must use this ugly word? Have we not an ideology of our own in freedom, in a liberal constitution, in democratic and parliamentary government, in Magna Carta and the Petition of Right? Question mark," unquote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Espada, for your brilliant intervention. I especially like the sentence that you used during your presentation. Americans are Europeans on the other side of the pond, and I think that encapsulates very well the shared values, the conversation, the cultural, historical conversation, and also the tensions that are inescapable in the history and in the density of the transatlantic relationship. Let me only point out that within the current European Union defense-related debate, the question is about the so-called strategic autonomy, not exactly strategic sovereignty, and that is a technical, sophisticated remark that I am making, but there is a history behind this evolution of the thinking on strategic autonomy. It started out very much in the context of defense, and now it is moving towards the global outreach of the European Union, so the more international, multilateral related dimension. But it is a very important remark of yours, the fact that at the end of the day it is nothing new, as you pointed out. The disposition or the dreams of neutrality, I think that provides already food for thought and provocative, if I may call it in that way, a remark of yours to our other members of the panel. Very important again that you alluded to your two questions. I was betting that you would not let those questions go. Knowing you a little bit, I was really anticipating that you would come back to that, and I am also grateful for that you did it. So thank you very much. Now I will turn the floor to Alexandr Vondra for his presentation. Thank you very much, Alexandr Vondra. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Ambassador. Just a couple of remarks. Number one on Portugal. I have to say again, just from somebody who is coming from the European Parliament and to listen a bit different speeches there, these voices like not just Minister Cravinho, but also Professor Espada, it's like to listen to Mozart music. So thank you very much. Be loud, go ahead. It's really important. And maybe an unconventional proposal here. Once Secretary General Stoltenberg's term will expire, the next Secretary General should be from the Southern Wing. So please convince Minister Cravinho to run. I would heartily support that. Secondly, and now seriously on those talks about on the US. I'm convinced that we have to work with the president is elected there. So they had Trump. You could have a lot of disagreement with his style, with his opinions. But I was strongly in favor of working with him because he was elected president of the United States with an ability to influence the future of the alliance. And the same is with Joe Biden. Yes, he's a nice guy. I remember him very well from our campaigning for NATO enlargement when I was the ambassador in Washington. He's a noble, decent guy. On the other hand, I also can disagree with some of his economic receipts, for example, but we should strongly work with him. And we should certainly in Europe exploit this battery of a positive thinking and feeling about working with the administration to the benefit of keeping the transatlantic link strong. Thirdly, on a short remark on the values. Yes, that's what binding us together in the West, fully in agreement with Professor Espada. Just what I see as a little bit problem is that in Europe and now also in the United States, so it's a development on the both sides of the Atlantic, we do have a tendency a little bit, to spread those values, in a different corner of the social activities. We are elaborating the various human rights of the 4th, 5th, 6th generation. And this is something, what I do not see as necessarily useful sometimes, because it just not only makes us stronger and more appellative in abroad, in non-Western world, but it also sometimes divides us also inside Europe, inside the United States, it divides the society. So I think that with regards to values, we should come back more to the core values, which are really common for us, and to have the ability to defend those values, not just inside, but also outside of the Euro-Atlantic area. And then on the strengths, I think, to do it, to defend those values even outside, we have to be enough strengths as an Atlantic alliance, as well as the European Union as such. And here in Europe, we have a lot of concerns, whether, this Chinese agreement, for example, is making us, or Chinese investment is making us more vulnerable, or whether this Russian vaccination strategy makes us more vulnerable. But I think that the problem begins not with their intention, but with our weakness. And this is a huge challenge, because just I would put one example, and that's the problem with the vaccination in Europe. Simply, it's a result of the fact that we were not able to allocate enough money, enough resources in research, in the developments. Not just the United States, Donald Trump has invested $17-18 billion, much more than Europe was ready to do. But even, proportionally, the British or Israelis or even the Gulf states were able to spend more. And then the result is that we are lagging behind. We are vulnerable. We would have to deal with the social and economic consequences much longer than then. And thus it would cost us much more resources and money. And those money would be missing somewhere else. And for example, my concern is that they could be missing, despite the positive development in the military spending in the last couple of years, that they could be missing in future. So I think that the important is to make us more resilient, more strength. And this is, what I do not see, frankly, in Europe. Just you see, on one hand, Boris Johnson has yesterday made the announcement about the intention to have a stronger nuclear forces in the United Kingdom. In Europe, the situation is just opposite. The Greens, for example, in the European Parliament are constantly proposing, to denuclearize Europe. Even without, do not taking account the intentions and the policies of Russia, China, and others, which does not have any intentions like this. And here, maybe next year we will have a green German chancellor. Then you have this French ambition, to build a strategic autonomy, because, that's the old game, I remember François Mitterrand when he was trying, to build the European Confederation without the United States and with some Russian present inside. Havel has said no to this idea in 1991, which, together with the problems in the East, has opened the door for the NATO enlargement and the continuation of NATO's vitality. So I think that we must not be naive, and we must really do everything what we can to build our, not just the resilience, that's a fashionable word now, rightly, but also our strengths. And here, I do not see any results yet. Just measure this by the practical political activities throughout Europe. So we in the security and defense community, I think, are united. We know what to do, but it's just a closed circle without having a real will and ability to approach and to influence the mainstream. So I still think this is the huge challenge, and without responding this, we could be playing short-handed, this kind of a hockey game in the global scene.
Thank you very much for your remarks. It was very interesting for me, not only, but also the reference you made to the United Kingdom. I think that it was one of the very few dimensions that was not yet thoroughly discussed, and I mentioned that during one of my previous interventions, the importance that we assess the role of the United Kingdom, especially now after the Brexit, and also in the context of the overall broader defense and security related debate. Important also what you said about the core values that beyond the broader landscape described by Professor Espada, the core values. The core values also represent a challenge in the sense that if we are speaking precisely about democracy and human rights, that imposes that we take a firm stand towards the more assertive spread of Russia and Chinese-style authoritarianism. So that is again a challenge, not only for the transatlantic relationship, but also for the broader debate about engaging China and keeping lines and channels of communication with Russia. And about threats, I cannot agree more with you. Threats also depend very much on public perceptions, as we all know. If you ask a citizen from one of the three Baltic states or from Poland, what is the clear and present danger, we all know the answer. But the answer to that question could be slightly or even very different if you address the same exact question to a Portuguese, a Spanish, or an Italian citizen. But thank you very much. Very insightful set of remarks. I am now going to give the floor to Macháček, analyst, commentator, and one of the brightest minds in the political science-related landscape in the Czech Republic. Jan, thank you very much again for the staunch support from the very first moment to our cycle of conferences. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I would like to say at the beginning, similarly like Sasha Vondra, that I would sign everything what Professor Espada said here. So this is probably a very conservative or a traditional panel, I would say, even though I am not conservative myself, and I would consider myself a classical liberal, certainly not a progressive, but we can see that perhaps classical liberals still have more in common with conservatives than with progressives. So it seems to me that for a lot of things you mentioned, you would be crucified not only by the progressives in the European Parliament, but also by the progressives in the US, who are quite not absolutely in power at the moment. So it seems to me that it is almost forbidden to speak about Anglo-Saxon civilization being somehow superior, maybe, or you didn't say superior, but being that NATO is also based on one civilization. So it's a question if it's possible to speak in these terms in progressive circles. But so I'm not gonna touch this value thing anymore. And first, I would like to ask about the is NATO in crisis? That's an interesting question. But I actually have visited. I had a chance to visit NATO a few times, and one of the visits was for experts and was organized by the US Embassy here in Prague, and I had a chance to spend a few days in political headquarters and in military headquarters. And I don't have to say it on this panel because we know that there is Sasha Vondra, who was one of the main, one of the most important people who helped to our entry of this country to NATO, and Ambassador de Almeida Sampaio was also an ambassador of Portugal to NATO. So all of you know it very well. But I was quite nicely surprised, and I'm not sure that it's normal people who would be listening to this panel are all aware of it. And since I also go often to the European Union and I follow European Union closely, so I was really pleasantly surprised that NATO is that was my impression, is absolutely functioning, well-organized institution. There is a perfect planning. There is a perfect knowledge of what should be done. If A happens, the B happens, C happens. And all the people we met always knew what they talk about. So it seemed to me like one of the most important secrets of Europe, that not all the people are aware of the fact that NATO is absolutely not comparable to the EU, and EU is much more based on chaotic improvisation than NATO. So I wouldn't say that NATO is in crisis, but I would definitely say that there are important challenges for NATO. So I would touch them briefly, one by one. One thing is, and it's perhaps one of the most important ones also, is the growing importance of Pacific region. Just recently, there was a lot of fuss in the US, maybe globally, by the paper by Council of Foreign Relations, I think it was in the US, which published a study that if there is a war between US and China over Taiwan, perhaps it's one thing that is quite probable, such a conflict. And second conclusion was that US might even lose such a war if it happens now. So it just illustrates that importance of the Pacific region and the probability of the conflict in the Pacific region is very imminent, and not only because of China. Also, we have North Korea, etc., and other challenges. So the attention of the US will be more oriented towards Pacific region, even more than we imagined recently. So that's certainly a challenge for NATO. It's also a challenge for NATO members. What would they do? How would they respond if such a conflict appears? So that's one thing. Second challenge is are the expenditures of European members of NATO for defense. We know that there are very few only who are fulfilling the criteria, or even though they promised them. And so what should be the right policy of the US? We know that Trump was, his methods were very, very brutal, I would even say. We all remember that he said that NATO is obsolete, and he said that it's not obsolete anymore, but his words and expressions and style was very brutal, but it didn't work much, maybe, even though Mr. Havránek said that the expenditures are quite are going up. It's not still, we are quite far from being satisfied. And so what works? So the brutal approach doesn't work. Softer approach of Obama also didn't work, because we all know that Americans were not complaining about this only under Trump, but they were always complaining about it last 10 years. And so is it going to work under Biden? We don't know. So it seemed to me that this little bit brutal approach of Donald Trump only increased anti-Americanism in Germany and also in some other countries in Europe. Another challenge is definitely that Europe should be somehow more able to negotiate with Americans more like across the board, not only. It seems to me that that's a kind of a disease of Europe, that if we negotiate with Americans, it's only always very focused dialogue, whereas we should be able to speak more in across the board, like what kind of armaments we are investing into, what is the energy security issues, what is China issues, etc., and trade also, and security. So we should be able to, even though current American administration is not saying that its approach is transactional, it will always be transactional into an extent. And we could have seen that even current administration, when it was negotiating about Nord Stream 2, it was proposing some transactional approaches. So I think it's a weakness of Europe that it's not flexible enough to negotiate with American partners more across the board. And so it's always very very narrowly focused. And we should also, when I mentioned in my first intervention that for the first time at the summit of the NATO, it was approved by all the members that China is a security challenge for Europe. So we should be more specific about it, and we should be, and it's a major challenge, not only about cybersecurity, but dependency in telecommunications and technologies. It's also a question which is important for NATO. I would like to see more activity and more of NATO in energy security, also energy dependency. It should also be an issue for NATO. It's not only an economic issue, and NATO should be also active more in this respect. I can imagine that this is a priority for former Soviet satellite countries in Europe, but it's also in NATO we should pay attention more that this sort of eastern flank or northeastern flank listens more to priorities of the southern countries. I can imagine that for southern countries it's very important to speak about our challenge and other challenges. The question is how active should be NATO in the future if there is a really some dangerous crisis as far as the migration is concerned, or some dangerous crisis in Africa. And to what extent should be NATO active? So this is another issue, and it's also a question if NATO should be cooperating with the European Union as far as some kind of a projection of power of Euro-Atlantic space. There is a lot of talk that there is no projection of power as far as the European Union is concerned. In the Middle East, for instance, all the geopolitical games in the Middle East are now decided by Turkey, Russia, Iran, and the US, but Europe is not visible. So this is also a question: into what extent NATO should be involved also in project. We cannot say that it could be involved in projection of European power, but of something, and it is connected with what Professor Espada said at the beginning, with projection of transatlantic power somehow into the region like Middle East. So this is, I think it has been enough for the beginning, so I would be able to touch on some other things in the next round. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, here Macháček. Let's hope that we will have time for a next round. We have limited time and we cannot impinge upon the next panel. Let me very briefly, before I give the floor to all of you, only take stock of a couple of very important things that you just said. The growing importance of the Pacific region. We all know it was not with the immediate previous US administration that the greater focus of the United States on the Pacific region started. We could see the symptoms even before the very inception of the first Obama administration. Very important, your remarks on the expenditure, on the famous 2% Wales commitment, soft approach, more brutal one, as you put it, from the previous US administration. Will that work at the end? That is an extremely important, timely, very good question. China as a security challenge. So in that triad that I tried to describe in one of my comments after the intervention of Minister Cravinho, competitor, challenge, opportunity. What is China at the end of the day? Africa, NATO should be engaged, and that has also a link to your final comment on the power projection. We know that the area of responsibility of the Supreme Allied Commander in Europe, and at the end of the day, the area of responsibility of NATO, all that became very flexible, to put it between inverted commas, immediately after the NATO intervention, for instance, in Afghanistan. So all in all, very interesting set of comments/questions that you raised. I would like now to give the floor to anyone that would like to make a comment. Then after this round, I would ask you to be extremely brief. I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Defense. Then I will try to sum up to the best of my ability, and I would bridge to the second part of our already very successful conference. Please, to whom should I give the floor? Deputy Minister Jan Havránek.
Sure. I can say a few words. I was saving those remarks for the wrap-up comments. Trying to trick you a little bit, but just to follow up a little bit on what has been said in terms of the agenda for NATO, and also I want to thank to Jan Macháček for widening the scope of topics and questions. I would say we're at the beginning of a discussion about the future of NATO. It's called NATO 2030 reflection process, etc. And of course, the future vision will and should be projected in the next strategic concept, which will include the traditional political issues, political security issues, including issues that are maybe not so visible here in this country as NATO agenda, such as arms control, disarmaments, and the global importance of these topics. And it will also include the new security challenges, maybe not so new security challenges, such as cyber, emerging disruptive technologies, and so on and so forth. But it may also include something that I would call a solidarity pledge. That links back to the question of values that Sasha Vondra talked about as well. And the solidarity pledge, as I understand it, is a commitment by the allies to show solidarity to one another, not only through political consultation, trying to find a common understanding and listening to one another, but also through investment in defense and showing solidarity by showing also more understanding for the individual country's security interests. That, of course, does not translate into any specific tools or policies, but it is the political appeal that I'm expecting to come up from the discussions about the future NATO strategy. Similarly, there will be more of resilience. So far, NATO has approached this resilience as a set of criteria that the individual nations should be looking at. Now there is a proposal that resilience should be more closely tied to capability development, also perhaps defense spending, if not civil military planning. So the topics, the agenda for NATO is indeed widening. I know that the issues such as climate change have been sort of the most visible in press, but we have to understand them as a full palette of agendas that NATO is debating and may not always be acting upon in terms of military intervention or joint policy, but it is to recognize the fact that it is an alliance of 30 members who have both common interests, security interests, and individual interests. So I would say maybe as a preliminary wrap-up that we're at the beginning of a very interesting and very important discussion about the future transatlantic security and defense.
Thank you very much. Should I give the floor to Alexandr Vondra?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I do agree what Jan has said rightly, but would at the same time supplement this with a little bit provoking comments. I believe that one of the problems of the current Europe is that we want to play a role of the lighthouse, shining to the other world and expecting that the other would immediately follow. But sometimes, there are the areas where this strong belief in soft power does not work as we would wish, is my observation. Then, in terms of realities of the current geopolitics, the truth is that we need the US because of Russia, and the US would need us somehow because of China. And I think, to succeed in this game, we have to understand the nature of the current regimes in Russia and in China. We were always wishing, that they would be like us. There was the presumption, for example, behind the Hong Kong Agreement in 1997. But the reality is that they are not like us. And I do not see so much chance that they would be like us tomorrow. Russia is a smaller imperium. Putin is a Tsar. It has nothing to do with the communism, but it's the authoritative Tsar. China, it's the same, more or less. It's the emperor, this president, according to the deep Chinese tradition. So here the situation is that we are right now weak. So we need to make us stronger. So I would see some analogy that, we are like in the situation of the United States in the 1970s. So we would need a bit of Nixon or Kissinger type of the people to guide us. And once with ability to play this even shorthanded to our benefit, to make us stronger, that one day we would be able to play this as Ronald Reagan. That should be the goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are running out of time for our part one, but I would still give an opportunity to Professor Espada, to Jan Macháček, to say a word or to make a comment before I give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Defense for a very brief reflection from his side, and I will then sum up and bridge without any technical pause to the second part of our conference. Professor Espada, would you like to say something?
Thank you, dear Ambassador. I'll be very brief. I just would like to thank you again for having invited me, even though I'm not a specialist on international politics and international relations. Another word of thanks I would like to express for the highly Atlanticist atmosphere of this panel and this conversation, and a special word of thanks for the speaker who said that NATO, all the speakers in fact said that NATO is not in crisis. And I may recall that President Macron, I think recently had said that NATO was in a state of, I think the expression was something like brain death or something like that. But I'm very, happy and relieved that I have learned from this panel that NATO is not in a state of brain death. On the contrary, the spirit of the Atlantic Alliance is very alive and well, at least in our conference today. And I think that is very important. And I would like to thank you emphatically for allowing me to share this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you also for the comment that you made. I think that in the context of the evolution of the European debate on defense and security matters that Minister Cravinho alluded to, the sentence from President Macron would no longer apply to the present circumstances. I think that even himself recognize that he said that in a specific context, and it is interesting to acknowledge that there is an evolution in the European Union defense and security related debate. Thank you very much. Should I give the floor also for a very brief final comment from Macháček?
Thank you. I think it's a good point to wrap it up with what President Macron said, because as a columnist, I remember that I wrote a column when he said it, that perhaps he should visit NATO headquarters, both political and military, to find out how it is functioning and what they do there. And so in this respect, I would plead here for certainly more cooperation of EU and European institutions and NATO. Both institutions are located in Brussels, but they are kind of much more isolated than even like pessimists would imagine, and they should much more know about each other, especially people in European Union bureaucratic and political bodies are not quite well aware what is happening within NATO and how NATO is functioning, and that it's not possible absolutely to compare it like with these very chaotic, unpredictable and improvised ways of the European Union. So in this respect, I am more optimistic as far as NATO is concerned, but as I said, like it's not in crisis, but it has many challenges, but it's unlike EU, it's a functioning organization.
Thank you very much, Jan, for your comments. And because now we are really at the end of the part one of our conference time-wise, I would give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Defense of the Czech Republic, Jan Havránek, for his final comment. Then I will wrap up and I will bridge immediately without any pause to the second part. Jan, please.
Thank you, Luís. Just very briefly, a quick comment, a word of thank you and an invitation, if I may. First of all, I agree with those who say that the situation has changed. We are no longer in 2019 when President Macron uttered these words, and I share the sense of optimism coming out of the Transatlantic Alliance in general. So that would be the comment. A word of thanks I'll save for the very last moment, but the invitation, I wanted to also link to this discussion. We all have agreed about the importance of the transatlantic relationship, NATO-EU cooperation, NATO as such, and I think we all have a task and a duty upon us to communicate with the wider publics. This goes back to also the comment about isolation that Jan Macháček mentioned, the Brussels isolation, which I can testify to, having lived in Brussels for a number of years. So we recently, as the Ministry of Defense, released a public poll, which is available on our website and my Twitter account, both in English and Czech, showing the gap between the perception of the importance of these organizations and NATO in particular, but also the lack of understanding among the citizens and societies as to what the alliance does and how it functions in order to link it to our discussion. So just a little promotion there, but data-based promotion. And finally, let me just thank you on behalf of the Ministry of Defense for this first panel. I will stay and listen into the second panel from time to time, but this has been really a useful exchange, and I'm very happy that the embassy has approached us and we have been able to do this together. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please convey our gratitude to Minister Metnar, and I am very pleased to hear that you will stay with us throughout the part two of our conference. So please don't hesitate to jump in the discussion, to take the floor, because that would obviously enrich the discussion that we are going to have during part two. So let me, in a very brief, trying to be very concise, what I would take away as the main conclusions of our discussion, that we need to preserve the bond. I would not say that we need to rebuild the bond. NATO is very much, and transatlantic link is very much alive and kicking, but we need to preserve, to reinforce, to strengthen the transatlantic bond. And that means to reaffirm the key commitments. We did not mention during our entire debate Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, but that specific article of our treaty is really the core of the transatlantic relationship in what obviously defense and security related matters are concerned. Then we need to defend democracy, to defend human rights. We need really, as it was very well put by many of the speakers of this part, we need really to defend liberalism and to commit to a joint European Union and United States and Canada joint strategy to meet global challenges. And then, of course, we need to transform our political, military, technological, and economic capacity to have the most effective force, again, in defense of freedom, of rules-based order, in a more challenging international environment. So I would say that this is my very personal main takeaway from our debate, an extremely rich and interesting one. Let me tell you that we intend to have a publication at the end of our entire cycle of conferences with the main takeaways, the main aspects of the different interventions, but each and every one of you, you will have the opportunity to review that text before it goes on printing or on distribution via a digital form. So thank you very much to all of you, the participants in this part one. And now let me turn to part two of our conference. The part two of our conference will dwell with the same broad subject matters. There will be no specification of subject matters. It is inépuisable, as the French would say, set of themes. I will hand the floor over to Roman Matza. He is going to be the moderator of part two. We are going to have an impressive set of very prestigious participants, both from Portugal as well as from the Czech Republic. I will be attentively following your presentations and your debate. And as Deputy Minister Jan Havránek, I will also, and I think that I am not going to resist, at a certain point, I will join the debate for a comment or for a question. So thank you very much for to the participants of part one, and now welcoming the distinguished participants of part two. Let me hand the floor over to Roman Matza, again, a prominent representative of the Institute for Politics and Society, one of our key partners for the organization of the entire cycle of conferences that we are putting together during the Portuguese presidency of the European Union here in Prague. So, Roman, the floor is yours now, and you are now the master of the game.
Thank you, Ambassador. I hope you can hear me. Just make some signal that you can hear me, please.
I can hear and I can see you. I think everything is perfect. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you very much. Just for confirmation, so ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So I will start the second panel of our online conference named "The Current Challenges and Opportunities for European Security, NATO and Defense in Transatlantic Relationship Partnership." The relationship with Russia and China. My name is Roman. I am analyst of the Institute for Politics and Society, and I will moderate this panel. So I would like to also welcome our distinguished speakers. Firstly, I would like to introduce Professor Liliana Reis from the University of Beira, Interior and Lusofona University, Professor Livia Franco from the Catholic University of Portugal, and Czech representative Bayerová is an analyst at the Association for International Affairs. So welcome and bom dia e bem-vindo. And our other speakers are from Portuguese side, senior researcher Carlos Gaspar from the Portuguese Institute of International Relations and Nova University, and also Professor Francisco Proença Garcia from the Institute for Political Studies and the Catholic University of Portugal, and last but not least is Vice President for International Relations and Security expert from Cevro Institute and former Czech ambassador to Israel, Tomáš Pojar. So welcome as well. And I hope all speakers, just let me check, are here. So I would like, when I was asked to build this panel, because Portugal and Czech Republic, both countries, has similar population, above 10 million of people, also similar, also member EU and NATO member countries. So it can be seen that we have if we speak about the security and defense, and I was told to modify this panel or to focus more on Russia and China. And I would like to start with the warm-up question to all speakers. And this is not only one question, but two questions. And I would like to ask, do EU and NATO member countries have this related to security and defense? And second question, will we, as EU and NATO members, be strengthening cooperation in security and defense, especially between the United States and EU countries in the near future? So I would like to start with Professor Franco.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me well? Okay, yes. Thank you. I'm sorry, I think I'm having troubles hearing your questions. I don't know if the other speakers had the same troubles. Can you please repeat your question?
Okay.
Okay, yes, I think we all had trouble understanding your question because of net problems.
Okay, so I hope it will be better. Okay. Do EU and NATO member countries have the same understanding of the threats related to security and defense? Because as we spoke, for example, we in Central and Eastern Europe see, as I think, more as a threat Russia, and Western countries are more focusing to the south, let's say. So if we have the same understanding, and the second question, will we, as EU and NATO members, be strengthening cooperation in security and defense, especially strengthening cooperation between the United States and EU member countries in the near future?
Yes, okay, thank you so much, Roman. Yes, I think we have very different perspectives on the threats Europe is facing and also NATO is facing. For instance, Portugal sees Europe and the North Atlantic as being encircled by two main arches of geopolitical crisis, one in Eastern and Central Europe and the other one to the south. And of course, for reasons that are obvious, for its geopolitical position, the Portuguese government is mostly worried with threats associated with the stability of the southern arch of the crisis, and specifically with 3 regions. I would say Western Africa and especially the Gulf of Guinea and Sahel also. Also the South Atlantic and especially Brazil and Angola. And then the western part of the Mediterranean region, also the Maghreb coast. And a bit, of course, we're also interested in following always with the attention what's going on in the Eastern Mediterranean. But yes, we see things very differently in terms of threats. Although I think we have the same perspective in relation to the role that NATO and the EU have to play to help all member countries answering those threats. So different perspective, but this on threats, but the same perspective on the importance, the fundamental role of NATO and the EU. Also, just to end my first remark, I would like to say that Portugal, for historical reasons, is most of all an Atlantic country. So for Portugal, it's close relation. Portugal is a founding member of NATO. So for Portugal, its close relation with NATO is fundamental. If you read all programs from Portuguese governments since the arrival of democracy in Portugal, you will see that all of those programs state that NATO is our fundamental alliance in terms of defense of security. Although we are also a member country of the EU, and of course, we also understand that the EU has to play an important role in this. So, fundamental relation, crucial relation with NATO, but we understand and we also advocate that there has to be a close relation between NATO and the EU. I think that for now this is enough, and I would give back to you the floor. Thank you, Roman.
Thank you. I hope the connection will be better. And the same question for Professor Reis.
Mute. We cannot hear anything.
So please.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm not activate the sound. Good afternoon to all. The perception of threat for me, it's different from all of member states of European Union. If we look closely to main threats about the south, to Portugal, to Spain, to Italy, to Balkans, if Croatian, if we took to Croatia, and Lithuania, and the Baltic states, the perception is different. For Baltic states, Russia maintained the principal threat, but to the south, the Africa and youth agenda, namely to the refugees, is the principal challenge that we faced. Well, in November, last November, was presented a confidential threat analysis, a comprehensive threat analysis that mainly focus about a narrative, and we don't know what is the main challenges. But if we look closely to the European Union Global Strategy and other documents about European defense and security policy, I think we can find some identity shared by all Europeans, like European human rights, democracy, but is enough to consider a European defense identity if we don't share the same threats? This is my question to all.
So thank you for your opening speech, and I would like to ask the same question, Alžběta Bajerová.
Thank you, and thank you very much for having me here. So to answer the question, I think much of it was already mentioned by previous speakers. We can see multiple levels of the divides in threat perception and threat prioritization. You have, of course, as mentioned, the East-West divide, when the Eastern states are much more cautious of the threats emanating from the East. And then the North-South divide, when the Southern states are much more cautious of the threats of migrations, whereas the Northern states prioritize the security threats to the high North, where you have the thawing Arctic ice fundamentally changing their threat environment. And that is not just in sense of the climate change. Then, of course, you can see ideological divides where states do not agree on whether to retain more sovereignty or whether to broaden competencies of, for instance, the EU, that is including more defense capacities. And then, of course, you have the political divides where you have each state having their individual interests and priorities. Then what is also problematic is that these discrepancies between countries that are not in NATO and are in the European Union and vice versa. Since Brexit, 80% of the NATO funding comes from the non-EU countries, and that is also a problem for some European countries, especially now that they're looking inward to combat the new challenges that threaten us inside of our territory. However, it is important to say that while we are mentioning all these differences in perceptions, they're not inherently negative. They are natural and we cannot eradicate them as much as in any democracy. So it is in fact why we have these platforms like NATO and EU, where we can discuss these differences and prevent them from arising into conflicts, where we can actually get together and combat our respective threats. What I see as a problem, however, is that these divides are deepened now by threats that target unity and international cooperation as such. We have the rise of populism and authoritarianism, and in general, political actors who build their policies and their careers on fueling disagreement and also, of course, on undermining international cooperation. Then we have foreign influence operations, which seek to also exacerbate these differences, and they feed into these existing authoritarian tendencies. And then, as mentioned by Mr. Havránek in the previous panel, you have the lack of understanding by our population on why the international organizations and the cooperation is important, so that is also exploited by the two previous factors that I mentioned. So looking into the future, I think the biggest challenge, in my opinion, is the growing disunity and the rise of populism. Because the unity actually disables us from effectively facing all other threats, and it doesn't matter what we perceive that are the most important threats right now. So whether it is climate change, military or non-military threats, without our ability to actually cooperate and agree on the way forward, we could succumb to all the threats at once. So in this respect, it is indeed important that EU and NATO together and all these individual states actively cooperate in the future and strengthen the cooperation in the face of the threats to the unity that I just mentioned. And that will, in fact, that is the only way we can, in fact, combat these new type of threats, like hybrid threats, climate change, because of the scale and the nature of these challenges is such that no member states or an ally could actually successfully combat them alone. So that's my contribution. So you're muted.
Roman, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, so thank you. So it was automatically muted, or I don't know how it happened. The same question for Mr. Gaspar.
Thank you very much. Obviously, there is no agreement on what are the main threats for European security or transatlantic security more broadly. But I think more importantly, there is no strategic consensus among NATO allies or European partners. In the past, this strategic consensus in NATO was summed up by the Lord Ismay, I think NATO's first Secretary General, saying that NATO's purpose was to keep the Russians out, the Americans in, and the Germans down. And we still have to get a new version of Lord Ismay's formula to rebuild our strategic consensus. I would hope that following on the footsteps of the NATO task force report on NATO 2030, that the new strategic consensus could be something like NATO's purpose will be to keep the Chinese out, the Americans in, and the Russians down. But even if we come to this new strategic consensus, which I find imperative in order to produce the new NATO strategic concept as soon as possible, there will still be a question. And the question is, which of the three items comes first? I would argue that in the last few years, the most important issue for the NATO alliance was to keep the Americans in, because there was a very real threat that the United States could leave NATO. And I'm sure that if the results of the American presidential election were different, we would now be discussing not whether but when the United States would leave NATO. We are not discussing this. We are discussing how to rebuild the strategic consensus in NATO. But we still have to, now that we can focus on the real strategic threats, we have to decide which will come first in our dealing with the new threats. Is it China or is it Russia the main issue? And I think that the answers we are getting vary widely. I would say that at this moment, it is the case of the first document by the new administration, the new United States administration, the interim national security guidance, tell us that we have to focus on both Russia and China. But we think really that in order to rebuild the bipartisan consensus on American foreign policy, that President Biden will have to choose China first and leave Russia on a second priority. But then again, we look at Germany, and we would probably hear from the German authorities that it's neither China nor Russia that we want to be left out of strategic geopolitical competition and get along with everybody, be it in the Alliance for Multilateralism, be it through strategic dialogue with both China and Russia. If you go to France, you see that their answer is much like President Biden's, that it's both China and Russia that are the main threat. But it varies according to the circumstances. In the past, the most important issue for President Macron was to separate Russia from China, and to establish a strategic dialogue with Russia in order to isolate China, to keep China out. But now that we are approaching the French presidential election next year, and there is a strong chance that President Putin will support the rival candidate Marine Le Pen, the national populist candidate, now probably for France, the priority is to keep Russia down and not disengage with China. And we have now the confirmation that for Great Britain, for the Prime Minister Boris Johnson, the priority is to keep China out. The new Global Britain strategy that was presented in the last few days at the King's College tells us that Prime Minister Cameron's view of the golden age of UK-China relations is definitely over. And now Britain wants to define it its main strategic opponent, China, even beyond the crisis, of course, in Hong Kong. Even the experts, the 10 experts in the task force appointed by NATO Secretary General, could not decide which was the main threat, China or Russia. And they found a formula which is quite interesting. They say that for now it's Russia, because Russia is, and I quote, will most likely remain the greatest military threat to NATO during the next 10 years. But then they say that China is becoming much the greatest strategic, as opposed to military, the greatest strategic threat in this same period of 10 years, and that it will become very soon, sooner than later, the key issue for NATO's strategic calculations. I am quoting from the NATO 2030 report. And of course, you know, the EU has decided not to decide on whether China is a threat or a partner. So in the official document, the European Union tells us that China is at once a strategic partner, a systemic rival, and an economic competitor. So no, there is no strategic consensus. There is no consensus among allies. There is no consensus among Europeans on Russia and China on the main issues which the Europeans will have to confront in the next few years. I will leave your second question for later.
Okay, perfect. And I would like to welcome Professor Francisco Proença Garcia, and I would like to ask him also for his opening speech, if we have, through the EU and NATO, if we have the same understanding of threats, and if we will be strengthening our cooperation in security and defense in the near future. So please, Mr. Garcia.
Roman, thanks for having me. I think that we all know that we face the same threats and challenges, but the perceptions are different among the allies and among the EU member states. The focus is from NATO is mainly, although we have an approach, a 360 degrees approach to security, the most evident security concerns for NATO is reflected in the last exercises, like the Trident exercises, the Javelin, the Jupiter, and so on and so on. They are all focused on settings and scenarios where Article 5 is activated. Okay, so, and our the main concern is balanced to Russia, mainly to Russia. We never talk about the Atlantic. So when I was in NATO, we never talk about the Atlantic. And the Atlantic is in the name of the organization, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and nobody discusses the Atlantic. Maybe the militaries discuss it, but at the political level, we'll never discuss. We try to introduce South Atlantic and nobody cares about this. And for us, in this part of Europe, we are really concerned about the Sahel. And we have in the Sahel European missions. So EU is concerned with the Sahel. They have operations in Mali, they have operations in other places in the Sahel, but we never focus NATO on the Sahel. So, and it's a huge concern. And for example, in the North Africa, we created the mess in Libya, and we do not have a common policy for Libya. We have Turkish in one side, and we have the British and the French in the other side. So we need to have a strategic approach to the same and to the common threats that we face. And this is a huge challenge for us, and we don't care about this. And we also have, Carlos already spoke a little bit about this. I think that now the mission to defend against Russian aggression seems short. It's not enough to engage the US. When is China that is emerging as a conditioning power to global affairs and redefining the strategic relations? So, in my opinion, on NATO, we should also discuss China. And why not to create a China Council, a NATO-China Council, like the frozen NATO-Russia Council? We need to discuss with them. We need to engage politically with them. We need to understand them, what they want. Although they show us what they want. They have a defense white paper of 2019. They show to everybody what they intend in the world. What are their main interests? They show us what they want, but we need to engage with them. And another concern that I also have, because if power is shifting to Central Asia, we need also to engage in dialogue with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, okay? Because the center is moved to the east. This connection is imperative. To ignore this organization is to turn a blind eye to the future. We need to understand them. What are they doing? If not, the Chinese have the Silk Road. The Russians have several economic organizations in Central Asia. And we cannot leave the stage for them. We need to talk with them. If not, they will monopolize the strategic space and they accept the ASEANization of Eurasia. And I think it will be a huge challenge. And we also have another important challenge that are common for us, the hybrid, not cyber and hybrid. Those two combined threats are a huge challenge for member states. And we should be concerned about this and have a common strategy to face them. That's all for now. Thanks. Roman? Are you there, Roman? No.
I think that Roman is experiencing some difficulties. I believe that if I step in for a moment, you would indulge. I think that Thomas Poyar is the remaining member of your panel that did not yet take the floor. Thomas, please, the floor is yours. Roman is back with us. Roman, I replaced you for a brief moment. Don't attach too much importance to that. I will go back to the silent mode. But I think that Thomas Poyar should be the one taking the floor.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity. I must say that I could not attend the first part since I was lecturing, so I ended only the end of the first part. I hope repeating as anyone or that I will contribute. I have heard all of you now. A few points. I think at the end there is a consensus on the threat perception, and I'm not talking about the internal threats of populism, etc., which are usually feeded by the external issues. But at the end, it is still Russia and the East. I'd say Eastern Europe and chaos in the east and Russia as a challenger. It is the chaos in the Middle East and whatever comes out of it as the southern challenger. and increasingly, unlike 15, 20 years ago, it is China as the like third part of the main challenge. I think every year getting more and more attention, and I guess this is gonna continue. I really liked Carlos Gaspar's mentioning of Lord Ismay. I think that we are in the stage now that it is about Russians out and Chinese out, both of them out. But I guess that in 5-10 years we may be speaking about Chinese out and Russians out. That we will reverse the order, because yes, Russia is the main challenge of our eastern neighborhood and main, let's say, military capability challenge on our borders. But definitely the strategic challenger is China, and it is a strategic and technological challenger, because there are no technologies coming out of Russia except of some military technologies which they can invent, but they have difficulties to produce and reproduce and arm themselves with. Then the real challenger is gonna be China, and it is again and still about Americans in, and I think it will remain to be about Americans in, and seriously in the next years under Biden, as well as whoever comes after Joe Biden. And the main issue is really the issue of leadership. And here I come to Germany. It's more difficult to say that it's still with Germans down, but if definitely the question is what to do with the Germans. And especially what to do with the Germans if they are not showing leadership, or if they may be showing the wrong leadership. These days, Germans are basically not showing any leadership, which on one hand, someone can see as a positive sign. On the other hand, since Germany, and especially after Brexit, is the key EU member state and has the primacy in the EU, and especially on some defense and security issues, it would be helpful to have some German leadership, but it's hard to foresee it. And it's not only the defense and security leadership, it's also the leadership regarding the challenges. And if you study what has been coming out of Berlin recently on the issue of Russia and on the issue of China and on the issue of migration and Middle East and the real activities and the real action, basically it was zero and very much ambiguity. So it was not leadership at all. And it will be really an issue after the German elections, and once we will see who is the new German chancellor and where Germany will be leading, which I do not know what the path it will be. By the way, regardless of if it's going to be center-right or center-left coalition, I think that we will see more German ambiguity, which is not going to be that much helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm very sorry for I'm switching here connection from local Wi-Fi to mobile data, and both connections is problem. So I would like to ask you if it will repeat. So I would like to ask Ambassador Sampaio to adequately replace me so thank you for that. And thank you for your opening speeches. And I would like to address Portuguese speakers now. We discussed is that there are different attitudes, for example, towards Russia in Central and Eastern Europe and also in Western Europe. And I'm curious, how is Russia in the context of security defense seen in Portugal? I mean, not only at the political level, but to ask at first, Professor Franco.
Yes, sorry, again, I had a lot of troubles understanding the question, although you are referring to the way Portugal sees Russia on the domain, yes, of security and defense. Well, I think I will start my answer, my comments by saying that probably in Europe, Russia and Portugal are the farthest away countries. So when Lisbon thinks about Moscow, it thinks as a partner or another country which really is far, far away. And in terms of threats or the challenges that Moscow poses to Lisbon, I think that those challenges are a bit abstract to Lisbon, not in the sense that, of course, Portugal and Portuguese are always following attentively what's going on in the more eastern side of Europe, and we are very aware what's going on, but we are not really directly affected by it in terms of security. We can be affected by it, for example, in terms of trade. I'm thinking, for instance, about the consequences of the EU not having normal trade relations of Russia because of the Ukraine, and of course some sectors of the Portuguese economy were affected by that decision. But in terms of security and defense, this really does not constitute a problem for Portugal. Although I think that Portugal sees Russia as a major power in international relations. And for example, it's obvious for us that the balance in terms of security and defense in Europe and North Atlantic is also associated with Russia. But I would also like to underline that there are different personalities in terms of how to act in international relations between Portugal and Russia. Portugal is a country since the establishment of democracy who very much has at the core of its external persona multilateralism, and multilateralism is really fundamental. And yet Russia very much centers its action on either bilateral relations or unilateral politics. So you see, even in terms of style and the method, both countries act in international relations. These are very different personas and methodologies. So yes, I think and we also have very different perspectives of the international agenda. Portugal is a fairly small country in the world that is very open to the world at large, and which thinks that openness is very important to the country. And on the contrary, I believe that Russia has a very defensive way of seeing what's going on in the outer world. So again, two very different perspectives. In operational terms, I think that we have a very normal relation, official relation with Russia. We tend to agree with the majority of the opinion within NATO and the EU in relation to how those two organizations should relate to Russia. We tend to agree with them. But in terms of bilateral relations, I think we tend to have an open channel to Moscow, although we're not really very close to Moscow. And I think I end here and pass also the floor to you. Thank you.
Professor Franco, and I would like to expand a little bit this question, because this, let's say, fear from Russia was escalated with the Russian aggression against Ukraine. So I would like to ask Professor Reis, what was the reaction in Portugal about Russian aggression to Ukraine? Or what is the position towards Ukraine in Portugal? So is it like about solidarity that we should support our allies, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, in Baltics, and these countries in Baltics or in Eastern Europe, they were like alarming EU and NATO about situation in Ukraine. So what was the reaction in Portugal on events in Ukraine? Professor Reis.
You have to unmute.
Okay. Portugal does not look at Russia as an enemy, because it is indeed a long way. In fact, what is happening at the moment is that with the Portuguese presidency in the Council of European Union, Portugal necessarily shared values with the Eastern member states and with the threat they felt. But it is also not a natural partner of Portugal. Sometimes it can take overlook, but not conditionality. Portugal is a Lusophone, European and Atlantic country. Russia, in this context, is not a natural partner, but also a fundamental threat. If we look closely to the reaction of Portuguese elites and Portuguese academy to invasion of Crimea and Ukraine by Russia, we observe a solidarity with Ukraine and Crimea because of the values, because of European values and the Atlantic position, not a clear friendly link with Ukraine, because we are far away from Russia in level of partnership also, but as well with the perception of the threat. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
May I, Roman, if you allow me only for 30 seconds, when I will again jump in the debate, I would also have a word about Russia, but let me mention Ukraine, because few outside Portugal know that one of the biggest migrant communities in Portugal is exactly composed by Ukrainians. We have staggering numbers of Ukrainian citizens working in Portugal. They are very well integrated in our society. They are very often high-skilled experts and technicians, nurses. They have an outstanding integrated position in our society. They are very much welcome and cherished. And for that reason, we follow the Portuguese public opinion, the Portuguese media, and of course the Portuguese academic circles. We follow attentively what happens in Ukraine, not only the events in the Donbass, but also the illegal and illegitimate annexation of Crimea made an impact on our public perception. So it is true that we are far away, and I will come back to that when we again discuss Russia. But even though we are far away, there is a lot of sympathy in Portugal for the plight of the Ukrainian people, exactly because of the presence of an important migrant community of Ukrainians in Portugal. Thank you very much. Back to you, Roman.
Thank you for your words, and address Tomáš Pojar about my question is European, let's say, naive about Russia and the situation in Ukraine.
Well, if I understood correctly, if the Europeans are naive about the situation in Russia and Ukraine, right? I don't think that Europeans are naive about the situation in Russia and Ukraine. I think that Europeans are a little bit naive into how to achieve your goals and how to conduct a policy and how to conduct diplomacy that you are relevant and you can like defend yourself and you can push your agenda. So I think the naivete is that we strongly believe, or the mainstream strongly believes that the rough politics and rough geopolitics has already disappeared and we can solve everything around the round table. And if we don't solve it, then we meet next time and next week and we like again solve it. And that we don't understand that there are some forces and some countries where it is quite natural to use force, to use provocation, and to back your diplomacy by the force of the army and threat of the military operation or conduct of the military operation, as well as by the force of the economy, etc. So I don't think that Europeans are naive about life in Russia and democracy in Russia or the situation in Ukraine. Nobody's moving to Russia, nobody's moving to Ukraine, nobody wants to go there from the Europeans. But we are sometimes somehow naive in that we can negotiate with Russia just around the round table and agree or disagree and everything is going to be fine. And Russians and other predators do see this type of weakness and of course are always ready to use this type of weakness, be it on the EU level or NATO level or within the individual member states. So the Russians are great predators. They go for the prey and they go to the weakest point because they quite understand, like from the nature, that if you go to the weak, then you can achieve more without paying almost anything or not that much. So the Europeans are naive about this like game of weakness and strength. And this is also one of the reasons why we still do rely on the Americans, because even the American Democrats more understand this issue of weakness and strength and what it means to project power, even without using the power at the end. We just think that if we have arms, we must use the arms, and it's not nice to use the arms. And in reality, those who have good defense forces and invest into the defense forces, they are sometimes less likely to use the necessity to use the force because they are not being attacked and challenged so easily as the weak ones. So this is my explanation. But it's not a naivete about the nature of Russia or the nature of Ukraine. There were some hopes 20 years ago that Russia will democratize and it will be like one of us. And I think those hopes have faded, and it's very clear to everyone. As there were hopes 20 years ago that China will be liberal, will liberalize in a way similar to South Korea, Taiwan, Japan, etc. And it hasn't happened. On the contrary, if you look into the trajectory of Russia, it didn't go that much worse where it was 10 years ago. If you look into China, it really got worse. and with the current Chinese President, Secretary General, the trajectory looks like it's going to be very rough times for the relations with China, anyone with China from outside, but also definitely rough times for basic average Chinese citizens. At least this is how I see it from outside, and I'm really glad that I'm not a neighbor of China. By the way, I'm glad that I'm not neighbor of Libya or of Russia. I'm glad to be in Central Europe, being these days neighbor of Germany, which would not be said the same in the same way 82 years ago, but definitely now I feel secure and fine for the time being.
So it's good to hear that you feel secure and fine. And I would like to leave Russia alone for a little bit. So I would like to move, as you mentioned, to China, and I would like to ask Mr. Gaspar about China. How is China seen in Portugal? Is it seen as a threat or not? Because when I ask this question, so when I see the map, yes, there is Macau, for example, and we observe the situation in Hong Kong, and Macau is not so far from Hong Kong, and I think Portugal has still strong ties with Macau, and it made Portugal more close to China. So how is seen China in the security and defense context in Portugal? Mr. Gaspar.
Thank you. First, let me tell you that in Portugal, as in most European countries, that public opinion polls show that the image of China is becoming more and more negative in the last few months, with the mask diplomacy, with the Hong Kong repression, all sorts of things that show off the demonstrations of power from China. And the polls that have been made on this issue all show that now very much the Portuguese public opinion sees China as a threat. This is my first point. My second point is that there is a division among political and business elites in regards to China. China has organized an extremely powerful lobby in Portugal, which goes from the right-wing democratic Christian parties to the old Communist Party. We still have an old communist Soviet-styled party that now has relations with Beijing. It no longer has relations with Moscow. So there is this very strong political lobby, political and business lobby of China in Portugal, which is a real influence, and we cannot just pretend that it does not exist. Your third point, my third point, is about Macau. We have important responsibilities in Macau. There was a joint declaration after the Hong Kong joint declaration. There was a Macau joint declaration on the future of Macau. There was a transfer of sovereignty to the People's Republic of China in 1999. But Portugal, unlike the British at the time, Portugal ensured that an important number of Chinese from Macau who had the right to Portuguese nationality retained their Portuguese passports. There are about 100,000 Chinese in Macau who have the Portuguese nationality. And this, I think, explains in good part why the situation in Macau is not as agitated as in Hong Kong. It's not the only reason, but it is one of the reasons. And this situation, the joint declaration, our responsibility towards those Chinese, Macanese, and Portuguese people that are in Macau dictates a position of moderation from the Portuguese authorities vis-à-vis China on the issue of Macau. We feel the same as everybody else about what is happening in Hong Kong. We have close ties with the United Kingdom and share our impressions with them, but we have chosen, and not without reason, that for the moment we should have a moderate, cautious position vis-à-vis China on Macau. This may change, of course. The repression levels may also go be extended to Macau, but this is not the case at this moment. It is not the case at this moment. That our main responsibility is towards the people in Macau, Chinese, Macanese, Portuguese that live there, and especially the Chinese, the 100,000 Chinese that have Portuguese passports. We don't want China to take them away anytime soon. So we have chosen to be cautious and quiet on the issue of Hong Kong and Macau for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you. And a question for Mr. Garcia. So we spoke about Russia and China, and I would like to ask about also about Portugal. So recently, there is often spoken about hybrid warfare, information warfare, and this different soft powers and so on. And I would like to ask you if you have noticed any hostile actions of China and Russia against Portugal, in this context of these new modes of warfare, propaganda, hybrid methods, and so on.
Roman, are you asking me?
No. Mr. Garcia.
Okay. Okay, Roman. About hybrid threats and cyber threats, we are concerned because Europe and NATO are a huge target of the cyber attacks either from NATO or from Russia or from China. On a daily basis, they attack our command structure, our headquarters, but only on the security side. At least I think that the general population in Portugal do not feel Russia and China as a threat. They see we saw them as a big powers. They have different regimes, authoritarian regimes. They are not democracies, so they are a challenge. For common people, they are not a threat. For the military and that work in NATO, we knew on a daily basis that we suffered those attacks, and we need to follow and to understand this kind of attacks because they start impacting the society's hearts and minds. They promote domestic discord. The international economic strife, and by remote sponsoring even extremist nationalist groups. We don't have that. But we know that they do this, for instance, in Ukraine. The Russians have done this in Ukraine, and we need to show our solidarity for the Ukrainian people because we have a huge community here, and we follow the situation in Donbass and in Crimea on the news. So we show them solidarity through the Union, through diplomatic channels. We show them solidarity, but we also show solidarity to the Baltic states. Not only on cyber threats, because they faced in 2007 a huge cyber attack, hypothetically made by the Russians, but we show them solidarity how? Inside the alliance, we deploy troops there. We had in the past, we had companies there on the ground, but we also, on a rotative basis, we deploy them our F-16s to show the Russians that NATO is there and Portugal is there, showing the solidarity to the allies. So, but for the population, we do not see Russia or China as a threat. We saw China as a huge investor in Portugal, a huge market also for our companies, and we have good connections with them in the past. Carlos Gaspar tell you our position relating to Macau. I teach in Macau, I go there often, no worries. Everything is okay with the Portuguese. Okay, they have a surveilled community. They know exactly where we are and what we are doing. They control our communications, but no worries on this. And we have thousands of Portuguese living in Macau. So our concern is not with China and not with Russia. We follow them on the news, the academics follow them, and also the politicians have their position against or in favor, but inside our organizations. If EU shows concern about Russia, we show concerns about Russia inside the EU. If NATO shows concern about Russia, we show concern inside NATO positions, and we support the decision-making process of those organizations. But on a bilateral way, we have good relations with both. So for us, it's a challenge because we need to have this. It's a two-way approach. One is a multilateral approach, and the other is a bilateral approach.
Thank you. And just additional question for you. Does exist something in Czech Republic? There is, let's say, huge Russian propaganda presence. So if you can speak more about also this information warfare, does exist anything as Portuguese Sputnik or Portuguese Russia today, and how is there any information influence of Russian propaganda in Russia? You are muted, I think.
Here we have access to Russian TV and to Sputnik. We can follow them if you want. But in general, we do not feel the pressure, neither the propaganda of them here in Portugal. Sometimes, from time to time, we in the academy, we follow those issues. We study those issues. But in daily life, we don't feel their pressure and their presence, neither from China nor from Russia. I know that in other parts of Europe, they have huge campaigns that try to destabilize internally, create situations against subvert power, but I don't feel this in Portugal. It's too far away for them. We have Russians living here. They also invest here a lot, not as much as the Chinese, but we don't feel the pressure of propaganda from the Russian side.
Okay, thank you. And this new methods of warfare, information hybrid warfare, is an area of Alžběta Bajerová, and I would like to ask Alžběta about if you can map or if you can divide these methods or strategies of propaganda, disinformation across Europe. Is like, say, Russia or Chinese information influence? Do you see other methods across the Europe? For example, more aggressive in the Baltics, is Russian propaganda is more aggressive in the Baltics, more mild in the West, and with China is more targeting Western countries. So if you can describe this map across to Europe from your perspective.
I think you described it quite nicely, actually. Of course, the different actors target different targets based on their respective strategic interests. So what is the issue? What I see as the issue is that like all these methods that you just described are sometimes or very often referred to as hybrid threats. And hybrid threats is this non-defined mix and match concept that can contain basically anything from military to non-military threats that you can add in any ratio, in any amount. So the issue is that while you have different states in, let's say, NATO and EU, who define individually the hybrid threats as different kinds of threats. So when they then take this concept and go to the international organization, they sit around the round table and discuss hybrid threats, they in fact do not mean the same thing, because as you mentioned, they're targeted in a different way by different actors. Where we can see a divide within Europe is that the Western states more tend to refer to hybrid threats as a concept retaining disinformation and cyber threats, etc. While the states on the East, they more see it as also put together with the military threats, that there is a military threat looming over the threat of disinformation campaigns. The Eastern states are more afraid of the Ukrainian scenario repeating, when in Ukraine, the disinformation campaign was proceeding, was accompanying, and was even enabling a military action. So while this Ukrainian scenario is very specific and there is not much belief in academia that it would repeat somewhere else, of course, the states like the Baltics and Poland are much more afraid of this and do have to calculate with that. And as you mentioned, of course, when we are talking about China nexus threats, not every country is experiencing this in the same way. Some countries do not experience it at all. So there is, of course, the discrepancy in the threat perception that we spoke about earlier. It all ties together. The only, I think, lesson learned from this is that it is not very like a good thing to have this hybrid threat concept undefined and very loose, because then it can lead to us speaking about very different things when we are actually trying to negotiate some sort of a way forward.
Roman, if I may, before you take the floor to introduce a new round of questions, let me try to help you with a small bit or two small things. First of all, I understand that Professor Livia Franco would like to say still a word on China. And then please consider the following, because we mentioned in the previous panel the importance of the strategic compass in the context of the relationship between the European Union and NATO. We have an expert with us, Professor Liliana Reis. She is one of the most prominent Portuguese experts on the strategic compass. It would be a pity not to let her say a word on the strategic compass. And my final plea, I understand that Professor Garcia would also like at least to show us one or two very brief slides about hybrid challenges and threats. But of course, it is up to you, but I would recommend in order to broaden the debate, also to accommodate these three requests. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Perfect. Yeah, I just answered in the chat to Professor Franco. So, Professor Franco.
Yes, thank you, Roman. I'm going to introduce some disagreement here. I think my colleague, Prensa Garcia, is a bit too optimistic in relation to China's influence and use of, I wouldn't say sharp power, but very close to it in Portugal. As I think you well know, Portugal has been a very open country to Chinese investments and influence in Europe. And in the past years, Portugal was one of Europe's largest per capita recipients of Chinese investments. And I think that until the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, Portuguese authorities were still very open to Chinese influence, and China had and still has a lot of economic leverage in Portugal. A lot of strategic economic assets in Portugal belong to China, to Beijing, in various domains of economic activity. And I think it's important to underline that. And I think it was the pandemics and the striking showing, because of the sanitary crisis, how Portugal, as other European countries, but specifically Portugal, was so much dependent on Chinese products that in fact started an awareness that China indeed has a lot of leverage in Portugal. And I think that only now in the past months have Portuguese authorities started to react to that and to become more cautious. I agree with Carlos Gaspar when he mentioned that at the level of public opinion, the Portuguese tend to be very careful in the way they see, for example, the mask diplomacy of China. Yes, they are very aware of the intention of those kinds of instruments, but only now are in fact our authorities starting to react. So what I want to introduce here is that in fact China has a lot of leverage, and only now a certain naivety of Portuguese in regard to Beijing is starting to erode. And I'm going to mention only this data from a survey to end my remarks. And this is a survey from the European Council on Foreign Relations that was published a month ago. I'm also a national research with the ECFR, and when asked, the Portuguese were asked, according to them, the importance of our relation with China, with Beijing, and in fact, although the Portuguese respondents recognized that China was going to be in the next 10 years the major global power, the public opinion in Portugal also said that they were not comfortable with Portugal having priority relations with China. Okay, so we're in the beginning of a process of awareness, and public authorities are now paying attention, really attention to this issue, and I think things will change in the relations with Portugal with China, although of course they are very, very, very asymmetrical, and of course Portugal is very much dependent on China. Thank you. Over to you, Roman.
Thank you. So, and Professor Reis, about strategic compass. We cannot hear you, Professor Reis.
You have to unmute, please.
Okay. I'm very grateful for the words of Ambassador Luís de Almeida Sampaio, and I hope I will not disappoint your expectations. In fact, the strategic compass is still under development, and Portugal is currently playing a crucial role in its design. The COVID-19 pandemic has revealed states' vulnerability to the new threats, as we already discussed here, and at the same time their complex nature. But it also came to uncover the interdependence of states and the clear need for a greater cooperation between them in European Union, in NATO, in multilateral frameworks. Despite a conceptual redefinition of European strategy framework, namely the identification of changing threats, the need to close expectations capabilities gap, the European has sought to establish endogenous with member states and exogenous alliances for capabilities deployment, and also for the decision to project European mission or European operation, if we talk about civil mission or military operation. For this reason, the last 4 years of the evolution of the common security and defense policy expose what I consider to be paths between a classic alliance between member states and a model based on a Westphalian superstate that reconciles the intergovernmental decision-making process inside a common security and defense policy, at the same time, the new supranational instruments. I would therefore like to share with you some of the most recent challenges facing the common European defense policy today. After the presentation of the European Union's global strategy, with the aim of turning the narrative into action, the European Union developed several mechanisms with the aim of committing member states to defense. A long way apart since the end of the Second World War. But above all, with the development of the need capabilities for the European Union projection as a global actor, from the Bratislava roadmap to the implementation plan on security and defense, and at the same time, the projects deployed at the context of permanent structured cooperation, better known as a PESCO projects. Now, it is precisely in this context that the Germany presidency of the last year presents the strategic compass. The strategic compass, we can look at this instrument as a main tool to offer the European Union and its member states a window of opportunity to reflect on its security and defense, even though in reality threats will not wait for the Union to get its act together. This is also an opportunity for the European Union to sign to the world in general and to its partners in particular that the Union has the ability and the willingness to adapt and to thrive in a geopolitical contest environment. The main objective we can observe in the strategic compass is to provide political direction for the European Union security and defense and improve the Union's operational effectiveness, resilience, capabilities and cooperation with all partners. Following the threat analysis prepared by the European Intelligence and Situation Center, I have talked about this instrument before in last November. The European External Action Service and the European member states are right now during the first semester, during the presidency, the Portuguese presidency of European Council of European Union, highlights some concrete inputs and ideas for the strategic compass, which had some strategic issues, namely convergence over a narrowed set of essential priorities, greater precision in common security and defense functional and regional priorities, the correct follow-up of strategy dialogue for a better adjustment of instruments and institutions, the principle of subsidiarity and interaction of different levels and actors between European institutions, between the European Union and its member states, and public and private sectors, as well as civil and military actors, and other partners like NATO, as well as Organization for Security and Cooperation of Europe, in capacity or capability deployment or building the common security and defense policy. I work closely with European member states and NATO defense planning process. Also streamline and simplify the process for prioritization capabilities in European Union and a linkage and create a linkage with universities for research and development, and also look to the words of Borrell, representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, as noted recently. Right now, the European Union needs a common strategic culture that surpasses the enemies or the possible enemies, the possible threats, but developed a common way of looking at the world, of defining what we are and what we want in the world. And for that, right now, the strategic compass are including new and encompassing new instruments and new actors, like private actors as well. And at the same also applies to NATO, of course. For next year, NATO probably will present to us the strategic concept with a clear review of the level of ambition, and as well as the new threats like climate change, like new hybrid, or like Prince Garcia said, hybrid cyber threats. But the great aim of strategic compass is to enable the European Union to determine which capabilities it requires to fulfill its level of ambition in the area of security and defense, and which priorities the member states should or should not pursue collectively. And if we not pursue collectively, the European Union member states could pursue this level of ambition like an alliance, like Thucydides reveal in Peloponnesian War. The COVID-19 pandemic has made it clear that if the Union crisis resilience is not to be enhanced, the level of solidarity within the European Union has to be improved. In addition, cyber attacks and ongoing tensions in the Eastern Mediterranean have highlighted the need to further clarify and operationalize effectively this debate. If you want a common security and defense policy only with the intergovernmental process and issues, and like a coalition of states, if we want, in other turn, a supranational model of defense, not a European army, but European research and development, supranational defense policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before I will address Professor Garcia about Africa, at the beginning I said, so Czech Republic and Portugal, we are both members of EU and NATO, similar countries, 10 million population, similar area, but we have a different history. For many centuries, there were only two superpowers in the world, if we speak about this exploring of new lands and so on. So it was Spain and Portugal. And I would like to ask Mr. Gaspar, is it an advantage or disadvantage to be a former colonial superpower? Is it an advantage or disadvantage for peacekeeping operations, for example, because we see that a lot of conflicts is ongoing in the third world countries, former colonies? So, Mr. Gaspar?
Thank you for your question. It is an advantage to be a former colonial power, certainly. But our main effort in peacekeeping missions has been on NATO missions. First, the I4. We had about 1,000 troops in I4, then in S4, and we are still there with Alitalia something. Then also in Kosovo and in Afghanistan, we had one of the reserve battalions of the Afghan NATO commander in place. It was a no caveats unit that fought quite a few years in Afghanistan. We're still there with the new resolute support mission, and this has been the bulk of our peacekeeping missions. On top of that, we had also a very strong military presence in the United Nations force in East Timor from 1999 to 2003. In fact, for a brief while, we were in Bosnia, we were in Kosovo, we were in East Timor, and we were the European country with more troops on UN missions, UN military missions abroad. This is no longer the case, but we are focusing on NATO missions, then also partially on United Nations missions in the case of East Timor. At this moment, we have a strong presence in the Republic of Congo. Of course, our special operations troops do have a very good preparation for fighting in those kinds of conflicts because of the colonial war experience. They are fighting troops, not just troops for other purposes. And so, but on the other hand, we have had relatively few missions on the former colonies, themselves, with the exception of East Timor. We have had missions for building up security, training the local military, but not fighting missions on Angola or Mozambique. I don't know if this is a very clear answer. Definitely, it's very good to be a former colonial power. The Portuguese military had a very strong training during the colonial wars on these kinds of peripheral conflicts, and so they were well prepared to move on to the new military missions. And the new military have this very great multilateral experience in NATO, in the EU, in the United Nations, also on coalitions of the willing, like the one we are going into in the Sahel with the French. I think that the Czech Republic will join us there too. It will be our new Afghanistan. I think it will be a tough one. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And as I mentioned, Portugal is a former colonial superpower. So, and conflicts are ongoing in the third world countries. We saw a few decades ago, for example, war in Angola. The symbol at the flag of Mozambique is I'm not mistaken, is a Soviet assault rifle Kalashnikov. And I would like to ask Professor Garcia about, because there is Chinese influence is growing in Africa. It's mostly about soft power. We saw infrastructural projects in Mozambique, if I'm not mistaken, reconstruction of airport buildings, some bridges and so on. And also I found information about Angola, that Angola wants to, but there was a contract between Angola and Russia, and Angola wants not only buy Russian weapons, but also produce them. Yeah? So how do you see these actions of Russia and China in Africa, especially Angola and Mozambique? Can it be considered as a threat for Portugal?
Thank you, Roman. For me, they are not a threat. They are always a huge challenge. Let me start by saying that I do not disagree completely with my colleague Livia, but we have time to discuss here in Lisbon about this. But we cannot face China alone as Portugal on a bilateral way. We should always face China inside our organization, the EU. And the EU regards China as a systemic rival. And in our relations with them, they practice the pick and choose, focusing on their own direct interests. And also EU wants even more an investment from China and also in China. Europe wants to invest in China. So in some areas we have to cooperate with them. Carlos already told this, but we have to cooperate with them in some areas like climate and nuclear. We have to compete with them on trade, but we should oppose with them on values. And then when I'm talking about values, here I want to make a point, because my concern is Africa. Here we have a huge organization, we have institutions, and we can deal in a way with them. Europe is a normative power, it's huge. We have enough power to deal with them. But African countries do not have this kind of power. And they do not have our organization. And the model, or the ruling model of an authoritarian power fits perfectly in African countries, in some African countries where democracy is too weak. And after years of experience the model of the Western democracies, they're still too poor. They do not have access to resources. They have huge loans with China and are always expecting that Europe gave them money as donors, and they do not grow. They still face huge problems, poverty. So the authoritarian model of China fits perfectly for those countries, because they can develop themselves without leaving power. So and the investment, differently from Portugal or from Europe, where the Chinese invest more is in Germany, in UK, not in Portugal. In those countries, they invest a lot more, but it's not visible. They buy assets. They buy shares of companies. We do not see the money. The assets were already there. They only changed the owner. But in Africa, you saw the impact. They build bridges, they build dams, they build roads. So it's visible. Although the percentage of investment is very, very small compared with the amounts of money they put in Europe or in US or in Asia. But it's visible. And that is my main concern, because they have the opportunity to adapt the Chinese model instead of our liberal democratic model. You told me about Angola. You know, I often go there to Angola, and Russians are there. I've been in the war college, their war college, teaching, and Russians are there. By the way, the Chinese built the building. They constructed, but the Russians are there teaching. And they asked us, no, as a supervisor, we teach, they supervise, because they do not know how to speak Portuguese. But all the military elites studied in Russia. They all studied in Russia. So, and they buy guns, they buy weapons to Russia. Now they want to have a small factory to create jobs because they have a huge arsenal. They are a regional power. They export troops for Congo. They have more than 10,000 soldiers in Congo. So for them to have a small factory, assembly line for Kalashnikovs and rockets, maybe it's an opportunity for them. But the Russians are there. Compared with us, they are huge investors compared with us. And by the way, when in Mozambique, they face problems, insurgency problems in the north. You know where the president and to whom the president asked support? To Putin. And Putin sent, firstly, the Wagner company, the private military company, to the north of Mozambique. So they are really engaged either with Russia and with China. That is my concern, because our model of democracy is eroding there. It's not succeeding. And maybe they will decide to choose another model. So this is a huge concern for us.
And can it be considered as a threat for Portugal? Because, you know, I am Czech, yeah? So we are located in our borders. There is no a small piece of land, for example, next to China where is spoken Czech and so on. Yeah. So, and you know, about these historical ties, and you have more intensive ties with these former colonies. So is a threat, like a Chinese or Russian activities in former Portuguese colonies, can it be considered as a threat for Portugal?
No, for me, it's not a threat because we have room for everybody. They have big countries with huge resources. We have room for everybody. And by the way, the biggest investors are the US, not Portugal. We are a small country. We cannot compete with China nor the US. But the biggest investor in Mozambique, they have a $98 billion project on gas. And a single company, US company, Anadarko, invested 25 billions already. And now you have the French there, Total is there also. So we can't compete with those, although our oil company is also there. But compared, we have 4.5 billion of investment. And the Chinese are starting to invest in those areas. So I think that we have room for everybody. And we have huge advantages. Their mindset, their belief systems, and mainly the language is ours. So the competition will not be fair. They choose to come to Portugal to have their residence, to have their own passport, to have access to Europe, and they do not choose China, although they go there to study, but they still prefer to study and to live in Portugal instead of living in Beijing or in Moscow.
Yes, I can confirm that. So that about Mozambique, so China is very popular destination, second most popular destination for students from Mozambique, but first is Portugal. Yeah, so it is confirmed. But I would like to ask Tomáš Pojar. Yeah, so as I mentioned, we as Czechs, so we live almost only Czech Republic. Yeah, so there are no territories in Pacific Oceans or everywhere. And Tomáš Pojar, do you think it is advantage or disadvantage for peacekeeping operations in the world to be like a former colonial power? So we see it in Western Africa. French army or French military is very active there. So it is advantage or it is better for peacekeeping not to be former colonial power?
Well, hard to judge. We have left our colonies of Transcarpathia and Slovakia already some time ago, so and we gave up on them. Yes, so it's really hard to judge. I think as a former colonial power, you have many disadvantages to be impartial like peacekeeper. Okay, so it's you can be hardly impartial. So if there is some need for having someone like who is not sitting with one or the other side, then it's better to go and to get someone who is not connected. but definitely it is an advantage for commercial deals and for business. If you know the environment, if you know the language, then it's more to the advantage. If you can perhaps more understand the situation on the ground and more relate to the situation on the ground. But those advantages can at a certain moment be, economic advantages can at a certain moment be disadvantages over time. And yes, I don't know exactly the situation of trade between Portugal and China, but definitely the Macau case and the proximity, or basically the neighborhood of Portugal and China through Macau, it brought a lot of opportunities. But then if you look into Chinese investment into the Portuguese critical infrastructure, at a certain point, it can turn to be the disadvantage. Because if there is a new Cold War, if there is a real friction of US and China, where Europe will have to take side, that we will always be trying to be on one side and the other side and not that much choosing one or the other, but at a certain moment we can be pressured to really choose. Then I guess it will be difficult for Portugal, but Portugal will choose eventually US side if this situation goes to. It's the investment into critical infrastructure, the Chinese investment into critical infrastructure in Portugal, from my point of view, would be difficult to handle, difficult to swallow, difficult to get out of it. But again, I'm saying it as someone who does not have this experience. We don't have this experience as Czechs. We will not be facing such issues. There is almost zero Chinese investment in Czech economy, despite of the promises of our president. So there's almost no Russian investment in our economy. In this, we have much more free hand. We are linked to the German economy, and then a long way to go before there is after Germany.
Okay, so I see the Portuguese speaker agree with you. So I wanted to give a floor for a reaction, but I see the reactions, it is agreed. Also the previous...
But sorry, but the reactions would be really fast. If I may ask a question, so what is how do you see this relationship with China and the interaction with China, and what are the threats and what are the difficulties? What we as Czechs can expect from Portugal regarding some really critical debate inside EU and NATO, if there is such debate on China? What is going to be the Portuguese maneuvering? How you will pick sides? Or let's say I would assume that you will be hiding behind Germany and hoping that the Germans will be hesitating as much as possible, and that you will not have to take sides. But comment on this. That would be great.
Can I say something, Roman?
Yeah. I volunteer. Sorry, please.
Okay,
please go ahead. No, Professor Franco. Okay. She's a guest, so she should speak.
Okay, Mr. Ambassador, thank you so much. No, this was precisely what I was trying to highlight a few minutes ago, because the Sino-American rivalry, I think we all agree, is the structural element of the international politics nowadays, and it's inescapable for a country like Portugal to face and to see that this has consequences, huge consequences in Europe and also in Portugal. And what I was trying to tell you is that right now, we are not in a good position. The United States are our main strategic ally, and yet we're being very, very open to Chinese influence in Portugal in the past decade. And this has put us in a very complex position. And I think that only now is the government starting to understand the consequences, and we're already feeling the pressure coming from Washington in relation to these, precisely to these. And now, you know, in the past years, we upgraded our relation to China to also to a strategic partnership. Portugal was the first country to have to have panda bonds, and these are very worried signs for a rivalry that is fundamentally dominating international. And also, and I would like to say this also, I think that China and the United States do not want to confront each other in a conventional way. They are competing with each other through instruments associated with globalization. And countries like Portugal, who are very interdependent, are the ones that are feeling the consequences of this weaponization of globalization because of that rivalry. And we have to decide now and be very clear on where we stand. And I think that's a major challenge of our government in terms of foreign policy currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Roman. Let me try to be very brief. I know that we are now definitely running out of time, and we will need to summarize, to wrap up. But this is an extremely interesting question slash debate that I would not miss. If I would not know very well Tomás Poyar, I would take in a little bit salty way his remarks about Portugal hiding behind Germany. But I know Tomás Poyar very well, and he is very provocative. We share many times debates in luncheons and dinner informal formats. Portugal has not a tradition to hide behind anyone. And you know, even geographically speaking, we have only one neighbor, and our only neighbor is Spain. Very imposing, important, even historically for some periods, cumbersome neighbor that really was an obstacle for Portugal to mingle in continental Europe affairs. And that is also a very good part of the reason why we turned ourselves to the sea, to the ocean, to the Atlantic. We owe also that to the fact that we have that very important only neighbor of ours. This is also a nice tribute that I am paying to our Spanish friends. On the specific Chinese dimension, a couple of very brief thoughts. Of course, we all know that there are important litmus tests ahead of us, ahead of all of us. 5G, for instance. I'm not going to dwell too much on that, but it is obvious that the strategic implications of 5G related technologies will impose choices. And that will be, again, a very revealing moment. The most important thing, however, is to keep the unity, not only inside the European Union member nations, to try to build a consensus, a solid consensus, but also, as Professor Gaspar was very well pointing out at the beginning of his first intervention, we need to understand where we are about the new strategic consensus, meaning not only European Union, but also, of course, in what the transatlantic link is concerned. And the new strategic consensus is, in my humble viewpoint, very much dependent on agreement on how to engage China. And speaking about how to engage China, I'm not going to go too much in depth along the lines of that debate that we were having in the first part. Is China a competitor? Is China a challenge? Is China an opportunity? And of course, we all know, as I said, commenting on the Portuguese Minister of Defense intervention, China is everything at the same time. The most important thing is to try to understand what is the prominent feature at a given time, at a given geography, and in what concerns a very precise sector, meaning China could be a competitor or a challenger, an opportunity in Africa in economic terms in a very different way than in Latin America in a different time frame. So we need really to try to understand that we are faced with a very sophisticated interlocutor to choose a very neutral form or a very neutral word. Now, what worries me most personally, and I am not speaking now in my capacity as ambassador of Portugal, very personal reflection. China is not a liberal democracy. I think that we can all agree on that. I think that even the Chinese could agree on that. China does not represent a liberal democracy. We identify economic prosperity, affluent societies, progress with liberal democracies. And that is also what makes the Soviet Union such an alien reality for us. Soviet Union was never a success story economically and financially and socially speaking, also because it was not a liberal democracy. And the Soviet Union was bound to fail. China is not bound to fail, economically speaking. And it is not a liberal democracy. So if China proves to be an economic, financial, and social success in a sustainable, long-term way, then liberal democracies will face, in my view, the biggest challenge of their history. And that should make all of us reflect seriously about China, about what China means for our collective future, not only for our unity, but also in terms of these very prospective strategic considerations. I would suggest, Roman, that after your summarizing remarks, that we give the floor briefly to Vice Minister of Defense of the Czech Republic, if he is still with us, and then I will do the final greetings and I will announce the next conference of our cycle. Back to you, Roman.
Thank you. I would like to, for summarizing, I would like to better ask our speakers for a 1-minute conclusion because we are close to the end. And I would like to, the last question is to ask about the future. So I would like to ask you all speakers, how do you see the future of common security and defense policy and NATO, for example, in 10 years? So only just your projection where we will be in 10 years. So for 1 minute, please. And I will start with Alžběta Bajerová.
The projection in these turbulent times for 10 years is really something that I'm not really sure how this can be done with any kind of precision. However, I can express hopes that the cooperation will get stronger in every way. There are some strong pushes to really strengthen the unity. So I am hopeful, but of course, like all the strategic challenges that were expressed here by all the other panelists are very relevant. So yeah, we can definitely only hope. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gaspar?
Thank you. I hope that in 10 years we will still be discussing NATO. that NATO will still be in a crisis, as is typical of democratic alliances, and that we would have by then Europeanized NATO. The United States is concentrating on China's rise. It will go on concentrating on China and the Indo-Pacific. We should join with the United States in containing China, and our role is to take up more responsibilities, real responsibilities, as equal partners of the United States in European defense, and also in Atlantic maritime security, and do our bit in this coming struggle over the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, Professor Garcia.
I totally agree with my previous colleagues, but just I think that we face a challenge, and the alliance should have a role, shift towards an international actor with a global dual track. This is my proposal. Meaning what with this dual track? Continue ensuring the defense of the allied members and deterrence of threats, but at the same time, serve as a democratic agent to promote and sponsor global stability. We need to use this political tool, right? Although it's always in crisis, but it's useful, and we need to keep it useful for us Europeans and strengthen the bond with the Americans.
Okay, thank you. Tomáš Pojar.
Well, in 10 years from now, there will still be chaos in the Middle East and in Sahel, and Africa will not be a flourishing continent, and it's going to be much more up to us to deal with the security challenges, what it brings to, because the Americans will want to be out of it as much as possible. Russia will be there as a challenger, and we will still have unstable or tension on the border of Russia and the rest of Europe, no matter how we define the rest of Europe, because this is the problem which we have with Russia, and which Russia has with the rest of Europe for the last couple of centuries. And even in the last century, the border of Russia has been shifting as a rule, sometimes by thousands of kilometers, not only by kilometers. So we will still be facing the instability of that border, and it will keep us busy. And last but not least, China will be a challenger. It will be a serious strategic power. It will be a technological challenger, and more also military challenger on the global scene, especially regarding US, more regarding Portugal and Macau, less regarding the Czech Republic, as someone who is like dived in the center of Europe, and it's really far from here to China. Thank you.
Thank you. As Professor Reis has problems with connection, so I would like to ask Professor Franco about the future of.
Yes, so I think that in the next 10 years, Europe and also with the United States should engage seriously in what I usually call the battle of the public opinion. This means convincing the coming generation of transatlantic citizens not to be complacent in the face of the evolving strategic environment. The need for security is a reality, and it is increasingly clear that we're not in a post-power or post-historical world. Younger generations of our citizens need to understand this, and this is, in fact, I think, a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are, our time is almost out. So I would like to thank to all the panelists. I would like to thank you to Professor Liliana Reis, Professor Livia Franco, also analyst Alžběta Bajerová, Carlos Gaspar, Francisco Proença Garcia, and also Tomáš Pojar. So thank you, děkuji, and muito obrigado e até a próxima. I hope it is these problems with my connection, it was also signal that I hope to see you someday without this dependency on internet connection. So all the best to you. Thank you very much. And I would like to ask Ambassador and Deputy Minister Havránek for last or closing remarks. So thank you very much and bye-bye.
Thank you very much. If I can go before Ambassador Sampaio, just want to join the others in thanking for the contributions and for the discussion. Even after a year of COVID, it shows that people are still intellectually savvy and ready to discuss the challenging issues. And this has really been an excellent discussion. So really thanks to all the participants, to all the organizers and co-organizers, and especially to my colleagues here at the Portuguese Embassy in Prague. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for all your support, for your participation, and thank you, everybody, for having been with us throughout this afternoon. I think it was not only a very successful conference, but also an extremely enriching debate. For me, I learned a lot, and I have to thank you sincerely for all your contributions. Roman Matza, thank you very much for your highly professional moderation. I think that your contribution was also a very important addition to the brilliance of our cycle of conferences. Now, let me again tell you that the conclusions, the takeaways, the main thrust of the different interventions will be put in written form, either to be published as a book or as a in a digital format, but you will have all the opportunity to review your contributions in order to make sure that the text reflects the main thrust of your essential interventions. The next conference of our cycle will take place on April the 20th. Our main partner will be the Václav Havel Library, and it will be devoted on comparing the two revolutions, the Portuguese Democratic Revolution of April '74 and the Velvet Revolution. We are going to compare them and to try to understand lessons learned and also lessons to be learned for the future, for the never-ending fight for democracy and for liberalism and open societies. Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you very much, especially today, to the Ministry of Defense, to the Institute for Politics and Society, also to the representation of the European Commission, to several, to the Institute on International Relations, and to European. Have a nice day. Thank you very much. See you all on April 20.